Special Tribunal for Lebanon is now in session. L'audience du tribunal spécial pour le Liban est ouverte. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir. Tafaddalu bil-julus.
The Special Tribunal for Lebanon is sitting in an open session in the case of the prosecutor versus Ayash Badruddin Merayonesi and Sabra, case number STL 11-0.
Good morning. Today we're sitting to hear the evidence of witness 306, who is testifying live in the courtroom. The appearances today are Mr. Cameron for the prosecution, Mr. Haynes for the legal representatives of victims, Mr. Hannes for Mr. Ayash, Mr. Edwards and Ms. Dimitri for Mr. Badruddin, Mr. La Rochelle for Mr. Onesi, Madame Hélène Frappé-Hélène for Mr. Merai, Mr. Young for Mr. Sabra, and there are also two representatives of the Defence Office in the court. Before we bring the witness in, Mr. Cameron, with the last witness, 416, the trial chamber had read the statements in advance, of course, and the lengthy interview with the witness in relation to forms of identification or recognition of Mr. Issa. I'm just wondering, and we weren't quite sure which part you were going to attempt to lead from that witness, because there was a recognition or identification which was in one of the statements, or the initial interview, which you in your professional judgment decided not to pursue for reasons which are completely understandable. But not all prosecutors take the same view, of course. Some might, I won't say try it on, but some may push the envelope, risking a legal argument from defence opponents or colleagues. Is there, to assist us, and I emphasise we're not asking, we're certainly any defence counsel who may think otherwise, I'm simply asking for your assistance here as to which photographs you are showing the witness, intend to show the witness, so we are guided in advance as to which recognition evidence you will attempt in court.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, you're asking about the present witness?
Yes, based upon the experience of the last witness.
I had intended to show him the same two photographs that I showed the last witness. One that was contained within the Lebanese American University application of Mustafa Badruddin, and the other, the unprovenanced photograph of the one identified by the previous witness as Mr. Issa as an adult. I was going to put both of those photographs to this witness.
Thank you for that, Mr. Cameron. I take it the defence of Mr. Badruddin is satisfied with that, and you are aware of that?
We're aware of it.
When I say satisfied, sorry. Yeah, okay. Satisfied is the wrong. Satisfied with the course he is going to take professionally in the course of the examination in chief is what I meant.
We're on notice of this, yes.
Okay. Of course, that. And the exchange with the prosecutor just then illustrates the reason why the trial chamber made its decision at the beginning of last year to proceed with the mode of questioning under Rule 145B as opposed to Rule 145A. In these circumstances, it would be virtually impossible for the trial chamber to conduct questioning of witnesses where there are live issues of recognition and identification, and the parties have taken numerous statements from the witnesses and have made professional decisions as to what would be permissible and what wouldn't. Can the witness please be brought into court?
Good morning.
Good morning to you, witness 306. We welcome you back. Mr. Cameron is going to continue his questioning.
Good morning, sir. When we finished up the day yesterday, I was in the midst of asking you about your knowledge of Mr. Issa's understanding of the jewelry trade, if I can put it that way, and business in general. And I think you said that you only dealt with him in the jewelry business and at the shops, that he wasn't taking a lot of interest in the jewelry business, but he was the person who made the decisions regarding the business, but he wasn't really interested in the details. When you said he wasn't really interested in the details, what did you mean, sir?
Answer. I mean the details of the jewelry business, like choosing the pieces, the right companies to deal with, anything of the sort, and anything related to products.
Did he have, was he the sort of person to whom you could go and ask questions about, should I buy from here? Should I buy this kind of diamond? Should I buy this setting? Was he the sort of person that you could consult with?
Answer. No. Regarding the jewelry pieces, I wasn't consulting with him, but we chose the jewelry pieces, the three main companies to deal with, and he would make the final decision regarding which company to deal with, and that's it.
Did you wonder at any point about why it was that Mr. Issa, who didn't have an in-depth knowledge of jewelry, owned 3 jewelry shops?
Answer. Yes. I discussed it with my colleagues at work, and we didn't know why he chose this business, even though he didn't have any knowledge about the jewelry shop. Maybe it was a thing related to prestige.
The 3 jewelry stores, would you describe them as high-end jewelry stores selling a full range of jewelry, or how would you describe them?
Answer, no. Medium, says the witness in English.
Now, we'll get to the store's locations in a moment, and I'm going to ask you to look at some maps and some photographs. But before I do that, in general, how was the operation run? Back in 2004, 2005, was there a computer system in the stores that kept track of stock, that kind of thing?
Answer, no. We didn't have a computer system. We had a stock at the shop, and we buy gold products to replace those we sell.
And without naming a person, how did the sort of the management structure of the stores work? Was there somebody in charge of each store, or somebody in charge of all the stores who would give direction? Without naming anyone yet, how did that work, sir?
نعم.
Answer, yes. We were employed at the shops. There was a management for each shop. There was someone in charge of each shop. And of course, Mr. Sami is the owner of the 3 shops.
And I asked about computers, but I'd also be interested to learn whether or not the Samino jewelry business or any of the stores had a website.
Answer, no, at the time we didn't have a website and we didn't have a computer. The person in charge of the shops had a log where he noted the stock of each shop, the cash in each shop, and such details.
Now, jewelry shops are an attractive source of or place attracting break-ins and robberies. Did you have security cameras in the store?
Answer, yes, at the time we had cameras.
And were those cameras inside the store and outside the store covering the entrances?
Answer, as far as I remember, we had cameras inside the stores, and maybe at the Mar Elias shop, there was a camera at the entrance. That's it.
And do you know what the practice was of retaining the video footage that had been shot over the course of a day?
لا لا ولا مرة فكرت.
Answer, no, no. I never thought about it.
Did you ever see a bank of videotapes anywhere in the store, or did you have any knowledge of a requirement of any of the employees to change a tape each day based upon the time that you worked there?
بفرن شباك.
Answer, as far as I remember, there was something related to the CCTV above the safe, but I wasn't taking care of this matter.
In the stores that you worked with, in the end, let's say in the end of 2004, beginning of 2005, where did you fit into the management structure? In general terms.
الأول كنت
Answer. At the beginning, I was in charge of the Furn El Shebak shop. I was in charge of the sales department and the shop. And then I moved from one shop to the other whenever necessary. If someone, for example, was absent or Sami would ask me to go to Furn El Shebak shop or to Mar Elias shop. That's it.
And do you know who was responsible for issues in either of those shops or the third shop relating to CCTV footage?
لا ما كنت.
Answer. No. I have no idea about this.
Were you well compensated at the in your employment with Mr. Issa? Did you receive benefits, insurance, that kind of thing?
Answer. Yes. I had a good salary and we had social security.
And were you, how often during the period, say from September 2004 up until the time you left in 2005, and we'll get to that in a minute, how often would you see Mr. Issa in the shop that, whatever shop that you would be working in?
Answer. I used to see him 3 or 4 times per week, but he came to the shops in the evenings. We had 2 floors in each shop. The first floor where we received the clients, and the floor above it was his office. He came to see us about 3 times per week, but it was always in the evening. He never came during the day.
Just one clarification from a question a moment ago when you were asked about your benefits insurance. You said you had a good salary and social security. Did you also receive a commission or any percentage in relation to jewellery sold?
عمولة لا.
Answer. No, I didn't receive a commission. But on every special occasion, we had a gift. We either took 50 or 100 US dollars or a jewelry piece of the same amount.
Mr. Cameron,
Judge Brady, you said that he came to the shops 3 times per week in the evening. What do you mean by that? After the shop closes, or the shop was still, for example, open and you were still in the shop? Answer. We would be still at the shop. He would arrive around 5 or 6 in the evening, and we would stay until 7:30 or 8 in the evening. So he came around that time. Judge Brady. Did he have a screen in his office to see what was happening inside the shop and outside of it from his own office? Answer, I do not think so. I do not remember that.
Did the shop have fixed hours? And if so, do you recall what they were?
Answer. The working hours were from 9 in the morning until 8 in the evening.
And was there a day that the shop was closed each week?
نعم كل
Answer, yes. The shop closed every Sunday.
You mentioned that Mr. Issa would come in the late afternoon or evening to the place that you worked. Did you know whether he or not he had arrived at one of the other two shops earlier in the day and had been there those days?
بعض
Answer. Sometimes, yes, he went to the shops and we would be told from another branch that the boss is visiting you so that we put everything in order in our shop.
So you had sort of a collegial relationship with your counterparts in the two other shops? And you'd communicate as to when Mr. Issa might be on his way?
نعم نعم
Answer. Yes.
And that kind of communication gave you the impression that he was attending to the shops, if he did, later in the afternoon or earlier in the evening, no matter which one he went to. Did I get that right?
Answer. Yes. He would go possibly to another shop for 10 or 15 minutes and then he would come to our own shop.
When he would come to your shop, would he be alone or accompanied by anyone?
كان يكون
Answer. He would be alone. Sami always comes alone in his vehicle. He moves on his own and around, but he had a girlfriend always who would come see him.
Typically, how long would Mr. Issa spend at the shop when you were there?
بعض
Answer. Sometimes he would spend 1 hour, other times 2 hours. We actually felt upset when he would make us stay until after the working hours, and then he would be staying in our shop for at least 3 hours and a half.
And do you have any understanding, or did you at the time, as to what Mr. Issa did when he came to the jewelry shop?
يعني يقعد مع أحد
Answer, he would be staying with one of his girlfriends on the upper floor. That's it.
Now, you mentioned that before that a friend would come and meet him, and you've mentioned that Mr. Issa traveled alone. Was it the case that Mr. Issa came to the store and then a girlfriend came to the store at some point thereafter and met him?
نعم بس
Answer, yes. Not just one girlfriend. Usually he would tell us, for example, someone is coming to see me, and one lady would come and would tell her, please come in, he's upstairs.
حضرة الشاهد
نعم
استمعنا بإفادة
Judge Akoum, we have heard in other statements that Mr. Hissa had bodyguards. How do you explain that he would arrive alone at the shop? Did you not see his bodyguards? Are you sure that he was alone when he came to the shop?
هو كان
Answer. He brought bodyguards after this phase. He would travel alone a lot. And after 7, 8, or even 9 months, he decided to have bodyguards. There were 4 of them. He interviewed them. He chose them. And he did that in our shop in Furn El Shubak. And after that, they would go around with him. But before that, he would come alone.
So at the period of time when Mr. Issa had the 4 bodyguards, and he came to the shop in the late afternoon or the evening, would the bodyguards typically accompany him to the shop? Do you recall?
نعم كان
Yes. When he had bodyguards, he would park the car in the middle of the street, and the bodyguard was parked behind him. They would take his car, park it, and he would enter right away into the shop. We would see him, yes.
And would the bodyguards come in as well, or would they hang about outside?
كانوا ينطروه بالخارج.
Answer, they would wait for him outside.
And you'll tell me whether this is the right phrase. In the normal course, then a young woman would come and ask to see Mr. Issa at the shop?
نعم
Answer, yes.
And were there occasions when Mr. Issa came alone and left alone without having the company of a young woman?
نعم أكيد.
Answer, yes, of course.
And can you give me an estimate of how often he was alone and how often he was in the company of someone else?
ممكن
Answer. Maybe twice he would come with someone, and twice or once he would come alone.
I'm not quite sure I understood. You said that he'd come 3 or 4 times a week to the shop? Did I get that right?
صح.
Answer, yes, that is correct.
And how often would he meet a young woman at his shop in a typical week out of those 3 or 4 times?
ممكن أوقات مرتين.
Answer, sometimes it would be twice or 3 times.
And these were different young women over the course of months, and in particular from period of 2004 and into 2005?
نعم.
Answer, yes.
Are you going to ask the witness to describe the office upstairs, Mr. Cameron?
And were there certain features in common among these women? Were they of a certain age, a certain appearance? Is there anything in common, or were there a wide variety of people?
هو كان يحب يكون
Answer. He liked to have girls that looked like models. He would meet them and ask them whether they would like to be photographed with jewelry on. Well, the girls were very similar to one another.
When you say like models, does that mean sort of glamorous, tall, slim, attractive? Are those words that you would use to describe them?
نعم نعم.
So yes, yes.
And in terms of age, had you any idea what the kind of age range was for these women?
يعني
Answer. Between 20 and 30, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, you mentioned that when Mr. Issa came to the store, particularly in those times when he was going to spend any time there, he'd come in through the front alone, and then he'd go upstairs to his office. When he came in, on those occasions, how much time did he spend on the floor of the shop, if I can put it that way, where you, your colleagues were, and the stock was?
أوقات 10 دقايق.
Answer. Sometimes 10 minutes, sometimes 15 minutes, 20 minutes. He would stay half an hour max. And if he had no visitors, he would leave, or sometimes he would stay. If somebody came to see him, he'd stay.
And during that time, from 10 minutes up to 30 minutes that he'd spend on the floor of the shop, what kind of things was he doing? Was he talking to you? Was he looking at the stock? Was he looking at the books? What sorts of things did he do in that period of time?
لا بس كنا
Answer. No, we would just speak with him. Depending on the situation, sometimes we spoke about business, it's good or bad. Sometimes he would ask each and every one of us whether we needed anything. And we would take the opportunity to ask him, well, what about getting something new? And he would answer, if you need something, ask the boss. Sorry, the interpreter would like to correct herself. He would say, ask Estes. Mistake by the interpreter.
And Estes is somebody that I'm going to permit you to name. Did you know Estes's full name?
نعم بعرف.
Answer, yes, I do know.
And can you tell the court who Estes was, please?
هو مدير
Answer, he was the manager of all the shops.
What was his name?
نحن كنا بالبداية نعيط له
Answer. At the beginning, we would call him Estaz Shakir, but his true name is Muhammad Shukur.
And when Mr. Issa said, if you need something, contact Estez, would you then do that in the ordinary course?
نعم نعم.
Answer. Yes, yes.
And did you regard Mr. Estez as knowledgeable about the jewelry trade? Should say Mr. Shakur, it's Estez. Mr. Shakur, knowledgeable about the jewelry trade.
شوي شيء بسيط مش
Answer. A little bit, not much. He started having experience because he came to the shops.
Just for clarification, I think in page 13, line 19, the witness said at the beginning we would call him Estes Shaker, but his name is Muhammad Shukur. Can the witness confirm that and consequently correct the name, please?
Answer. Yes.
Just to cover this point in a little more detail, could the witness be shown the photograph that appears in its redacted form at position 50 of the prosecution's evidence queue, 38 in its original, and this was an exhibit P711, earlier introduced. It has an ERN number of 602-20414. Can you see that photograph on the screen, sir?
Your Honor, I reiterate by placing on the record my formal objection to this line of questioning.
Your objection is noted. We received the arguments last week from both prosecution and defence on this issue, and the trial chamber ruled that the questioning was permissible and that we would, if there was a positive answer to it by a witness, we would receive documents and mark them for identification. So that ruling stands in relation to any other photograph shown to the witness.
Do you recognize that person, sir?
نعم.
Answer. Yes. He is Muhammad Shukur.
And what's your understanding of how his name is spelled? His last name.
شكر.
Answer. Shukur. In English or in Arabic?
Perhaps we could receive both.
شكر.
Answer. Shukur should be S-H-O-K-R.
شكر.
Shukur.
Thank you. You said a moment ago, I think, that in the beginning, Mr. Shukur didn't seem to know much about the jewelry trade, but he began to learn as a result of coming to the shops. Is that fair?
نعم.
Answer yes.
Did you get the impression from the times that you spoke with Mr. Issa that he was on the same learning curve? Did he show an interest in learning about the jewelry trade?
ما كان يهتم كثير إنه يتعلم.
Answer, he wasn't very interested in learning, but he would ask a few questions very rarely.
Well, if Mr. Shuker didn't, at least at the beginning, have a knowledge of the jewelry trade, but nevertheless was the person in charge of all three stores, how did things move forward in the business?
نحن كنا كل
Answer, all the employees had worked before in jewelry stores, I believe. They had knowledge of jewelry, and they knew more than the people in charge of them.
So you and the colleagues at your level and those whom you employed basically provided the technical knowledge of the jewelry trade to keep the enterprise moving. Is that right?
نعم صحيح.
Answer, yes, that is correct.
What type of clientele typically attended the stores? Were there corporate clients or were they individuals or a mixture of both?
نحن نستقبل الجميع.
Answer, we would welcome any people who were interested in buying jewelry. Any customer that comes in, we would sell him jewelry.
And did you have corporate clients? You know what I mean by corporate clients? Businesses that would ask you to fill large orders on their behalf for their employees or that sort of thing? Or is it all mostly individuals?
بفرعنا لا ما كان.
Answer, in our branch, no, there weren't. I don't recall that.
And your branch was which branch? Are you talking about the Burj Hamoud branch?
لا كنت في الرشب.
Answer, no, I was in Fourn El Shabak and then I went to Burj Hamoud. But in both branches, we didn't have this type of customer.
Now, in both of those branches, was the layout the same? There was the shop floor, and then Mr. Issa had an office in the second floor above?
نعم نعم.
Answer, yes, yes. Every branch are the same. Every branch he opens is like that.
The Mar Elias branch as well, were you familiar with that one?
نعم نعم. أنا
Answer, yes, yes. I had an interview with Mr. Sami in the Mar Elias branch in the upper floor.
And so you saw the upper floor of the Mar Elias branch. Did you see the upper floors of the Burj Hamoud branch and the Fourn El Shabak branch?
نعم.
Answer, yes.
على ما أظن
I do not remember well, but I believe that in Burj Hamoud there might not have been an upper level, but in Furnishabek and Marilias there was an upper floor.
مش متذكر.
Don't remember well.
Do you have a recollection of there being an upper level in the Fern El Shabak store?
أكيد.
Answer, yes, of course.
And over the course of the day when Mr. Issa wasn't there, were you permitted to go to the second floor to his office?
نعم نعم.
Answer, yes, yes.
And I know you said there was no computer system for the store itself. Was there a computer on the second floor of the Fern El Shabak office, Fern El Shabak store where Mr. Issa had his office?
لا لا ما بظن.
Answer, no, I don't think so.
Can you give me an idea of what you saw when you go upstairs and sort of look around his office? Can you describe what it looks like?
كان في مكتب
Answer, there was a desk with a chair. There was also a sofa for the guests. It was the same in each of his offices.
Was it a large office or a fairly small one in terms of square footage or the distance across and the distance in length? Do you have any ideas to how the office in the Fern El Shabak store, how big it was?
تقريبا كان
Answer, maybe it was 3 by 2 meters. It wasn't that big. It was small actually.
And you say there was a sofa for the guests, a chair, a table. Was the desk covered with papers or was it clean?
ممكن أو تلاقي.
Answer, maybe sometimes you would find a paper and a pen, but nothing much.
Did you ever have occasion to take a look and see what the papers were about?
صراحة لا.
Answer, frankly, no.
And was there anything else that you were able to observe in the room? Photography equipment or anything else of a distinctive nature?
Answer, no. There wasn't anything else.
And was the office in the Burj Hamoud location similar?
مش عم بتذكر برج حمود كيف.
Sir, I do not remember the layout of the Burj Hamoud office, but it should be similar if he had an upper floor at least.
Would about the one at Mar Elias in which you were originally interviewed? Was it somewhat the same?
Answer, no. The shop there was bigger. They had curtains over there, bigger sofas or armchairs, and it was bigger than all the other branches, and it was his favorite branch.
But I take it, other than from what you've said so far, other than your initial interview at Mar Elias, you did not spend a lot of time in that particular location. Is that right?
Answer, I was at the Mar Elias shop at the time of the interview, and a second time I was in the branch to replace someone who was absent, and I went to the office, and I think actually that I only went to the shop over there only 3 times.
Okay. Dealing with the Fern El Shabak shop, on those occasions when Mr. Issa came and he did not meet somebody, on those occasions, did he go up to his second floor office and remain there for a while?
يمكن
Answer, possibly he was in his upper office in the upper floor to sleep. He told us that he was going to sleep over there.
حضرة الشاهد تكلم.
Judge Brady, Mr. Witness, you talked about the customers in one of your answers to a question asked by Mr. Cameron. During that period, did you see any Syrian officials or any Syrian army soldiers who came to the shop to buy jewelry?
نعم بتذكر مرة
Answer, yes, I remember that by coincidence someone came into the Fern El Shabak shop with a cane in his hand, and he asked for gold coins from a colleague at the shop. My colleague called Estaz and told him about it, and Estaz conveyed that message to Mr. Sami. Mr. Sami said that person shouldn't come to Fern El Shabak shop. He should go always to Mar Elias shop because he was a customer over there, not in our shop. As far as I remember, he was the brother of Rustom Ghazali.
أي واحد؟
Judge Brady, do you know which brother? Do you know his name? Answer, frankly, no. I didn't ask about his name afterwards. But he was a bit bald and a little fat. And they sent the jewelry pieces to the Phoenicia Hotel to him. Judge Brady, did he pay anything in return for what he took? Answer, not at our shop.
So following up a little bit on Judge Brady's question in this area. One day, you saw somebody whom you say was the brother of Rustam Ghazali come to the Fern El Shabak store. Am I right about that?
نعم نعم.
Answer, yes, yes.
Do you remember when that was? First of all, do you remember what year it was?
يعني كان صار لنا فترة طويلة.
Answer, I think it was late 2004 or the beginning of 2005. I don't remember. We had been working at the shop for a long period.
And when was it that you left the Semino Jewelry store? When did you leave your employment there?
Answer, in 2005. March 2005.
And does that help at all in sort of fixing the time in which that gentleman came into the Fern El Shabak store?
على الأرجح.
Answer, I think it was late 2004, maybe November or October. I do not remember 100%.
Okay. And how was it that you knew that this was the brother of Rustam Ghazali?
زميلي.
Answer, my colleague who was with me at the shop knew him because my colleague used to work in the Mar Elias shop. He told me that he knew him from the shop over there because he used to go and buy jewelry from there.
كم ليرة طلب؟
Jajakum, you said that he asked for gold coins. How many? Answer, my colleague told me that he used to buy 200 or 300 gold coins, or sometimes 100 only. Usually he buys a big quantity of coins, but at the time they didn't give him any. They asked Estes to provide the coins, and because Estes used to get the coins from Bohos shop from Burj Hamoud. Bohos shop from Burj Hamoud.
What does it mean that this person came by your store by coincidence? What does it mean by coincidence?
نعم.
Answer, yes. We weren't expecting a customer to ask for such a big quantity of gold coins. He only came once and he didn't return afterwards.
But when he came into your store, he said that someone sent him, that he knew someone of your business, or just he limited to ask for these coins?
لا دخل.
Answer, no, he came in and spoke with my colleague who recognized him. I wasn't at the beginning of the conversation between them, but I don't think someone told him to come over there. He recognized my colleague and he told him that I want to buy gold coins. My colleague told him that I will ask SS to provide them for you, and that's it.
The gold coins, are they collector's pieces or commemorative coins, or what are they?
بالنسبة لي بعرف بمصلحة.
Answer. In our line of business, people would buy gold coins to collect them to be able to sell them afterwards if they need money at some point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witt.
Mr. Cameron, that photograph that the witness recognised as Mohammed Shocker, page 14, line 25, you didn't ask for it to be received into evidence, and I didn't react to you not asking. Are we both... Is it an oversight on the part of both of us?
I'm sure not you, but the reason that I didn't ask for it is that it has already been received as an exhibit. If you'd like it to be received as another exhibit, I'm completely content with that.
No, that was completely my oversight. It's exhibit P711. All right, back to your questions.
As I understand it from Judge Noseworthy's question, or your answer to Judge Noseworthy's question, this is sort of an alternate form of bullion then. He's just looking for gold as opposed to any intrinsic value in the fact that it's a coin. Was that your understanding?
نعم.
Answer, yes, yes.
And you knew the price of these things at the time, back in 2004, I take it? What 100 coins would cost or 300 coins would cost? Did you know that?
قيمتها عالية أكيد بس.
Answer. They were expensive, of course, but I do not remember the exact price of each gold coin.
That's fair enough. But can you give me an estimate? You mentioned 100 to 300 coins. You weren't sure how much he was actually asking for. What's the kind of expected range that someone would pay for that quantity of bullion back then? I know you can't be exact, but is there a general range that you could help us out with?
كل ليرة وزنها.
Answer. Each gold coin weighed 8 grams, 21 carats. So each gold coin would cost around $150, but I do not remember the exact price, and maybe I need the calculator to know the entire amount, but it would be a large amount of money.
Well, Judge Akoum will be grateful to hear that I'm not even going to attempt that calculation.
It depends whether you're asking him about the current price or the price in 2004. There's a big difference.
Oh, this is a great point. Can we fix your estimate of cost at 2004? Not today, but then? Say November 2004, that area?
نعم نعم.
Answer, yes, yes.
So back then, an individual coin of 8 grams and a purity of 21 carats would cost, in late 2004, about $150 US, give or take.
ممكن مش
Answer, possibly. I do not remember the exact price, but that's possible. Today, the coin is more expensive.
But that's in the ballpark in 2004, is it? Do you know what I mean by that phrase?
نعم نعم.
Answer, yes, yes.
Now, when this gentleman whom you came to understand as a result of speaking with your colleague was Rustam Ghazali's brother, whom did he speak to first? Was it your colleague when he entered the store?
نعم تكلم.
Answer, yes. He spoke with my colleague because I was with my colleague alone at the shop.
And were you in a position to overhear their conversation?
Answer, our shop is small, so after he came in and started speaking with him, I came closer and he had already asked for the gold coins. My colleague then clarified that this person was a customer in our Mar Elias shop, and usually he asks to buy a certain amount of gold coins. He asked Ustaz to bring those coins for him, and then he told him that we will communicate together and sell you the coins from the Mar Elias shop.
And I think you said that at one point either you or your colleague got in touch with Estes, that's Mohammed Shukur.
هو بالحقيقة زميلي.
So it's my colleague that called.
And was Mr. Shukur at one of the other shops?
ما بعرف وين كان اتصل فيه على.
So I don't know where he was. He called him on his cell phone.
And as a result of that, arrangements were made for the customer to actually purchase the coins in Mar Elias. Is that right?
لازم هيك. صح.
Answer, yes, it should be like that. Correct.
Now I'm going to take you to a sheet a little bit later. It's a sheet that you were looking at yesterday, and we can go through it, and it may be that you can identify the particular employee who was with you that day. But before I do that, I'd like to return to your understanding of what Mr. Issa did when he went upstairs on those occasions to his office in the second floor when he wasn't meeting somebody. And I think you mentioned that from time to time he told you he was going up to sleep. Is that right?
نعم صحيح.
So yes, that is correct.
And were these short naps or lengthy sleeps in his office, do you know?
يعني بحدود
Answer, around an hour and a half, not more than an hour and a half.
So you've described or intimated about two things that Mr. Issa did in that office. One, he was in the company of various young women who would meet him at the store. Second, when he was by himself, he would be sleeping. Did you ever get the understanding that Mr. Issa was conducting any sort of business, whether related to the shop or otherwise, in his office on the second floor?
Answer, no.
you didn't have any understanding of that, or it was your impression that he was not?
ما بيقوم.
Answer. He did nothing. He did no work.
Mr. Witness, can you just elaborate on that? You said he did nothing, he did no work. What do you mean by that?
يعني ما كان
Answer. He did not business to do for our business in the upper floor.
How do you know he was doing no work or nothing when he was in the office upstairs and you weren't there with him?
لا هو كان بس.
Answer. When he wanted to do something for the business, he would tell us and we would participate with him.
Were you going to explore with the witness, Mr. Cameron, the witness's knowledge of what, if anything, Mr. Issa was doing upstairs?
I'm trying to. We have two categories, and I'm trying to explore whether he had any knowledge of any sort of third category beyond sleeping and entertaining. How do you know Mr. Issa was actually sleeping up there? Did you, from time to time, go up the stairs and... Or did he ask you to disturb him at a particular hour? Or how did you know he was actually sleeping?
Answer. Once he told us, and I remember this very well, let no one come upstairs because I want to sleep. I'm tired. That was the first time he slept there. Maybe he had a nap once or twice. And when he would invite the girls, well, we'd see there was a girl going upstairs. And I remember in Fornishabak when he interviewed the people who became bodyguards, he did that in our branch. But this happened once only. He met with several people and he chose 4 or 5 to be his bodyguards. This is how I knew what Sami was doing in the upper floor. And the upper floor was really close to the shop room because there was just a flight of stairs to get there. And this is what I could see and know when I was in the store.
حضرة الشاهد.
Judge Brady, Mr. Witness, so he wasn't checking losses or games or look at the income? Did he say, did you have money this week, or did he pay attention to those things in the shop?
صراحة لا كان.
Honestly, no. He would say, God will provide. We, as employees, we were very happy because he came and said, hello, how are you? Whether there's business or no, you do what you have to do and God will provide.
I didn't hear what Judge Brady said, but the transcript said she said losses or games. She definitely said gains, not games. I'm sure it'll be corrected.
Sometimes, sir, when you go into an office, you see evidence of what's occurred, leaving aside the other two categories. You might see papers on a desk that have been disturbed, new papers that you didn't see before, stacks of records. Did you see any other evidence in the second floor office that gave you any idea that Mr. Issa was doing something up there other than one of those two activities, sleeping or entertaining?
صراحة لا ما
Honestly, no. I don't remember entering his office and looking at what was there. It wasn't my office. I didn't pay attention to such things.
When Mr. Issa said about the prophets, God will provide, what did you think he meant by that? Like, what can we take was his attitude towards the business from that?
بالنسبة لنا لأنه
For us employees, we were happy because the boss thought that way. He would not make us accountable for good business or bad business. He wouldn't say, you're not doing what you're supposed to do. We would welcome the customers, pay attention to the products, to the stock. And if we had a customer and we sold something, well, the income would allow us to buy new goods and add it to the shop stock.
Did you find it somewhat unusual that he was more interested in going upstairs and sleeping and taking the young ladies upstairs for you know not what reason, and that he wasn't interested in his profit and loss accounts, and he said God would provide? Did that strike you as somewhat unusual in the circumstances?
نعم أكيد غريب.
Answer, yes, of course it's strange.
Mr. Witness, earlier you said that Mr. Issa would meet young women you described as glamorous model types. That is, of a certain type of model. There are different types of models, but this was a certain type of model he appeared to like, and he offered to photograph or have them photographed. Did any of that happen upstairs, as far as you know? Photographing? Was there any photographic equipment, or did Mr. Issa, to your knowledge, do that upstairs with them?
لا ما
Answer, no, I don't believe so, because I never saw a camera or never saw him photograph the girls. He would just tell them, I have a jewelry company and I would like to have girls that are pretty in order to do advertisement for our jewelry, but he would never take photos of them.
And how were you paid, sir? Were you paid monthly, weekly?
شهريا.
Answer, monthly.
And were you paid by check or in cash?
There are other ways that one can be paid.
How were you paid, sir?
كان يعطونا
Answer, Estes would give us the money cash. Estes would give us the money cash.
And what you mentioned in answer to one of the judge's questions earlier, that from time to time you'd get a bit of a bonus, not a commission, but a gift of $100 or something equivalent of that amount from the shop. Otherwise, was it a fixed salary?
نعم كان معاشي.
Answer, yes, I had a fixed salary.
I wonder if the witness could be shown the document that appears at presentation Q 54. This is not for public view.
Mr. Edwards, do you have any objection to this one receiving the exhibit number? Subject, of course, to the witness identifying the numbers.
Yes, I suppose to be entirely consistent with my earlier position, my preference would be that this is marked for identification until the witness does in fact identify the numbers. But in principle, no.
Yes, please proceed, Mr.
I think my only comment, sorry, it's just a comment, and perhaps I can deal with this with my learned friend later, but there seems to be one individual who appears twice on this list. The very last individual, friend of Samisa number 1, is the same individual as about 2/3 of the way down on page 1. But apart from that.
My friend is correct. There is a duplication, but we can come to that in a moment. Since the document is intended to be marked as an MFI exhibit, I wonder whether I could receive a number now for it, please.
Yes, well, the document entitled Phone Numbers in Use during 2004 and 2005 and individuals identified by witness PRH 306 will be P727 for the moment MFI.
Sir, you've had a chance before coming today to take a look at this document, and in fact you brought it with you on your first day of testimony. You've seen that there are various names, and there are many phone numbers associated with those names. And in addition, near the bottom of the sheet and over to the second page, there are names of particular individuals, but they're also described in more generic terms. For instance, near the bottom there's bodyguard number 1, and in brackets there's that person's name. I'm sorry, please go ahead. Without saying anybody's name. And we'll
Answer, yes.
We'll go through them, but what I'd like to do is this. This is a mechanism that serves two purposes. One is to associate particular phone numbers that will not be displayed to the public because they might have been reused by other parties later with particular people. And the time frame that we're interested in is 2004 and 2005. And the second way in which this sheet is helpful is that it identifies certain people by their role as opposed to their name. So when I'm going to ask you, for instance, about some of the employees of Semino Jewelry, you'll look down and you'll see, for instance, Semino employee number 4, who has a name attached, or number 5, but we'll only use that term, Semino employee number 4 or 5. We won't use the name. Is that fair enough?
Mr. Cameron,
واضح.
just looking at the
Answer, it's clear.
Perhaps the witness can take this sheet over the break, and this is a convenient time.
Yes, Mr. Witness. A little bit of work for you over the break. It's a working break. So please take the document with you just to re-familiarise yourself with it. The court's adjourned.
All rise. Veuillez vous lever. تفضلوا بالوقوف.
بدي اشرب ناولني كباية مي دنيا سودا بعيوني وتعبان شوي شاعر حالي مش قاشع ضايع حيران مش عم بفهم شو صاير عنا بلبنان بدك حكمة ترددها بكل الأزمان ما تشوف النص الفاضي وتنسى المليان لما بتلاقي حالك ضايع حيران فكر فيها وتذكر فيصل سلمان
فكر فيها.
To the case. Redacted version is at position 39 and in the English and 40 in the Arabic.
Is there any answer?
trial chamber draws the attention to anyone following the proceedings to its decision made on the 20th of August 2015, decision on prosecution motion of protective measures for witnesses 89, 264 and 306, in which the chamber ordered that the identity of witness 306 must remain confidential, and that no person, including members of the media and third parties who become aware of the witness's identity and their involvement of these proceedings, may disclose information protected by these orders, and reaffirmed that a knowing violation of the order may result in prosecution under Rule 60 bis of the Special Tribunal's Rules of Procedure and Evidence. Rule 60 bis specifies under the heading Contempt and Obstruction of Justice that a person who knowingly and willfully interferes in the administration of justice, which includes disclosing information relating to proceedings in knowing violation of an order of a judge or chamber, which of course relates to the decision I just referred to a moment ago of the 20th of August 2015 in filing F2130, if found guilty of contempt of the tribunal, is liable for a term of imprisonment not exceeding 7 years or a fine not exceeding €100,000 or both. Anyone following the proceedings is reminded of that court order and the consequences of violating it. Mr. Cameron.
Returning to the card, sir. This is a card that you provided to the investigators at a point in their investigation. Is that correct?
No.
Answer yes.
And it's a card that is under the name and logo of Semino Jewelry, which lists 3 particular stores. Burj Hamoud with an address, Mar Elias with an address, and Fernel Shabak with an address. Do you see that, sir?
No.
Answer yes, yes.
And under that, there's an email address, seminojewelry@hotmail.com. Did you know anything about that particular email address? You mentioned that you didn't have a computer.
Answer yes. I knew that there was an email address, but I didn't know how you could access the email.
For the benefit of the trial chamber, this document was also tendered in a locations motion filed on the 3rd of June, 2015, F1986. It was found admissible pursuant to Rule 154 in the trial chamber's decision of the 9th of July, 2015, filing F2062, but has not yet been read in evidence. So is this are the addresses that appear on this card, sir, do they accurately reflect your understanding of the addresses of these 3 shops of Semino Jewelry in Beirut at the time?
No.
Say yes.
I'd be grateful if I could receive the next exhibit number for this card, please.
Mr. Edwards, we've already ruled it admissible. There's no objection, I take it. There's no objection. It will be Exhibit P728. That's the Semino business card. And can you just please read the ERN onto the record for us, Mr. Cameron?
Of course. The ERN of this particular exhibit is 60223130.
Mr. Cameron, just whilst you're on this area, I'd like to find out from the witness whether he would have considered it strange for a business of that type at that time not to have a computer, and what he thought about that. Was it natural, ordinary course of business? Thank you.
Sir, you worked in the jewelry trade for a number of years. I think that we said in the introduction since around 1989. By 2005, for an enterprise of this nature, 3 shops in the jewelry trade, were you surprised that there was no form of computer system in the shop or no computers at all in any of the shops?
لا لا ولا
Answer, no. And I didn't pay attention to those things because before that I worked in another shop and they didn't have a computer either.
Sir, I'm going to show you two photographs that appear in redacted form at position 47 of the presentation cue.
What's the unredacted number, please?
It's 31 unredacted, 47 redacted. Do you see those photographs, sir?
Not yet. The court officer has to come back and display them. I take it the redaction is an identifying mark on it from the witness.
Yes, that's right. It was appended originally to his statement.
Mr. Cameron, the squiggle on the left next to the redacted black. Mr. Witness, we are taking particular care in relation to the protective measures. Mr. Cameron, please continue. Mr. Witness, Mr. Cameron is going to continue addressing you as Mr. Witness.
I'm going to show you two photographs. The first appears here is described at ERN 603-13743, which is on the screen now. And if I could also take you to the second photograph at the next consecutive ERN number, ending in 744. Now, in both of those photographs, do you see one of the Semino jewelry stores as it was, or at least the location?
نعم إنه محل.
Answer. Yes, that's the Samino shop.
And which store was that?
كيف أشير هذا؟
Answer. How would you like me to show it to you on the picture? It's at the corner of the street.
Just before we get to the precise location, was it the Burj Hammoud, the Mar Elias, or the Fern El Shabak store?
لا هذا المحل بفرن.
Answer. No, this is the Fern El Shabak shop where I used to work at the beginning.
له 3 وجهات.
And we see...
It has 3 facades.
Is that the beige colored building that is somewhat triangular, just to the right of the center line of the photograph?
نعم here.
Answer. Yes, exactly.
And that's the store in which you worked and in which Mr. Issa had a shop or had an office on the 2nd floor. Is that right?
نعم صحيح.
Answer. Yes, right.
And did the footprint of the store and the footprint of Mr. Issa's office essentially occupy the entirety of that building?
نعم نعم.
Answer. Yes. The shop is at the ground floor, and you can go from inside to the upper floor where you can find his office.
And did Mr. Issa's office occupy the entirety of the 2nd floor, or were there subdivided areas which included his office on the 2nd floor?
المكتب كان مباشر.
Answer. The surface of the office was the same as the shop, and there was a small toilet, and I'm sorry for saying that.
I wonder if the witness could now be shown an excerpt from the Zwarab Greater Beirut Atlas of 2005, which in redacted form is at position 48 of the presentation queue, and at position 24 in unredacted form.
Mr. Cameron, going back to that photograph, is it already in evidence? looks very familiar.
It may have been that you've seen it in connection with the witness statement of Mr. Holford, but I neglected to obtain exhibit numbers for these two photographs, and I'm grateful for your reminder. So if those two photographs together could represent P729, I'd be grateful.
Mr. Witness, while the photograph is still on the screen, the court officer will help you. We just want you to mark with a circle where the shop was and where Mr. Issa's upstairs office was.
هذا هو المتجر.
Sir, that's the shop and that's the office.
Mr. Witness, in that sort of hamburger-shaped diagram you've drawn there, I'm trying to work it out. Have you got the second floor there, where the office was upstairs?
نعم بالموقع.
Answer, yes. It's upstairs, here. The top circle.
That seems to be a very low upstairs. Was the downstairs, was it sort of, did you have to go down when you entered the shop?
نعم.
Answer, yes.
So the upstairs and downstairs were both contained within that first level at street level, which is underneath the first row of windows. Is that correct?
نعم.
Answer, yes.
Does
نعم نعم.
Yes, yes.
نفس
They are on the same floor but separate.
درج.
بس نطلع بالدرج.
We can use a flight of stairs to go upwards from inside the shop.
Does that mean that the upstairs office part was windowless?
Answer. There were windows, but we weren't able to open them. They were wooden windows with glass.
Okay, thank you for that description. The photographs, the two photographs, one of which has been marked by the witness, will be exhibit P729. I take it there's no objection, no, from the defence. There's not. Mr. Cameron, can you just please read onto the for record, the ERN, the photographs are of the jewellery shop in Fern El Shabak. I'm sorry, they're not of the jewellery shop, they're of where the jewellery shop was.
The two ERN numbers for these two photographs are 603-13743 and 603-13744. Was there a large sign in front of the jewelry shop in the time in which you worked there?
نعم.
Answer yes.
Now, following on from that, if I could ask the witness to be shown the excerpt from the Zuareb Atlas for Greater Beirut that appears in redacted form at position 48 of the queue and in position 24 of the unredacted form. Now, I understand, Mr. Witness, that during the course of your communication with investigators, you saw this map and made a mark on it on page 113 near the upper left-hand corner at A1. Do you see that, sir?
نعم.
Answer yes.
And is that to locate the location of the Fern El Shabak shop on this particular map?
نعم تجاه
Answer yes, just below the number 113 in the corner of this map.
The ERN number of this map is, or this extract is 602-20419, and the next exhibit number, if I may, is then P730.
There's no objection from the defence. That will be exhibit P730. You will ask the witness at some point when the shop closed, I take it, Mr. Cameron.
I'd like to show you another photograph now, sir, which appears at position 43 in its redacted form and position 30 in its unredacted form. Now, this one's a little bit more difficult because I understand that it was shown to you during the course of your interview, and as luck would have it, the very spot that should be depicted is hidden by the portion of the car separating the front and back windows. But nevertheless, you've placed an X on the photograph, and what does that X represent, sir?
إلى محل.
Answer, it represents the Burj Hamoud branch. It's exactly where I put the cross sign. And it's the same as the other shops in terms of shape.
Just for the record, it's clear the X is on the far right of the photograph. I take it you want to tender that, Mr. Cameron?
Yes, please. The ERN number is 603-13742, and the next exhibit number, as I understand it, is P731.
And I take it, although we have to use our imagination somewhat, it's a photograph of where the Burj Hamad branch of Samina jewelry was not when the photograph was taken.
Yes. Do you recall when the Burj Hamad shop closed, sir?
نعم أتذكر.
Answer, yes, I remember. It was closed on the day of the assassination of Prime Minister Rafiq Hariri. They closed it that day and it was never reopened after that.
Mr. Cameron, I'll just get an exhibit number before you continue with the questioning. Mr. Edwards is not objecting. The photograph is just described will be exhibit P731.
And in determining where it is, it might be of more assistance, given the nature of this particular photograph, to go to the excerpt from the Zouareb Beirut map book, which appears at 41 in redacted form and 26 in unredacted form. The ERN number of the photograph for this extract is 602204222. Do you see, Mr. Witness, pages 61 and 62, and near the crease in the middle, in the upper fourth, at around C1, you've drawn a number 2. Do you see that, sir?
نعم.
Answer, yes.
And was that drawn there in order to indicate your understanding of where the Burj Hamad store was prior to its closure on February the 14th, 2005?
نعم نعم.
Answer, yes, yes.
Mr. Cameron? Just before we move on, can we get an exhibit number for this one? I take it you want an exhibit number?
Yes, please. The next exhibit would be P732, and the ERN of this particular page is 602-20422.
21. There appears to be no objection from the defence. That will be exhibit P732. Were you going to explore with the witness or ask him if he knew why the light closed on that day?
Sir,
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
just before I get to that question, can you generally describe what area of Beirut this shop is located in? Is there a common name for the area in which this shop was?
Answer. It was in the region of Burj Hamad, Armenia Street in the Blanco Center. And it's situated at the street corner, and I mean by that the building itself.
An item remained suspended. The fact that the store was, the shop was closed the day of the assassination never reopened. What is the reason? Someone told you something about?
اليوم
Answer. The day of the assassination, a decision was taken by all markets to close shops because people were mourning the assassination of the Prime Minister, and we closed our own shop. And the shop did not open again because Stas told us that Mr. Sami was saying that the economy was going downwards and we would not have many branches, so they decided to keep this branch closed. And I believe that the rental agreement ended, and he didn't want to renew it because the economic situation would be bad and he would not invest in there. Thank you.
When did Estes tell you this, that the economy was going downwards and it was not convenient to reopen?
بعد
Answer. After 3 to 4 days of the closure, we closed because of grief, as all other shops did. And when shops opened, he told us we are not going to open because the economic situation is bad, and we are not going to continue working from this shop.
Instead, it wasn't so. According to your knowledge, the economic situation was good for the shops. I've understood.
كان
Answer. That was normal. It should have continued working as the other shops did. I don't know why they took the decision at the time.
Mr. Cameron, a moment ago you were asking a general question of the witness about the area.
See, as I understand it, he did describe the area in terms that I am grateful for. But I would like to follow up and ask a couple more questions about the closure, if I may. Now, would you say that you had an understanding of how the 3 shops were doing during the time that you were there, more particularly in 2004 and the beginning months of 2005?
وضعتهم
Answer. By situation, do you mean the profits or what?
Yes, that's what I mean. Did they appear to be holding their own as businesses? And my real question is, did you know, were you in a position to assess whether they appeared to be holding their own as businesses or not?
نعم نحن كنا
Answer. Yes, we worked in the shop, and as employees we would wonder, is business normal? It was normal. Our income wasn't very high, but we didn't make losses either. Business was normal, as in other shops. We covered our wages, and with all the benefit we would buy gold. So normally every year the stock should increase.
So did it surprise you that a decision was taken to close this particular store at that time?
نعم أكيد.
Answer. Yes, of course. But I didn't pay much attention to that because I had presented my resignation because I wanted to work in another company. So I didn't really worry about that, whether it would stay open or closed. I was not concerned by that.
And did the fact that you considered leaving and in fact left around that period of time, was that related to dissatisfaction with the Semino jewelry or a better opportunity somewhere else?
Answer. To be honest, there were two things that led me to leave work. First of all, there was a girl, one of the girls whom Sammy knew, who stayed in the shop with us. I have great knowledge of jewelry, I like to work, and she would intervene in the business in things she didn't know anything about, and this bothered me. And when I found a better opportunity, I thought it would be better to leave, and I gave my resignation.
Mr. Cameron, I note that that area is explored in some detail in the witness's statement. Is it something you're going to explore, or is that all you need?
No, I'd like to explore it a little bit now, if I may. Mr. Witness, do you have the sheet that we have marked here, P727 MFI, with the various lists of names and numbers on it before you?
No.
Witness, yes.
And without saying that person's name, do you see that person listed on this sheet? Which is 2 pages in length.
نعم.
Yes.
في الصفحة الثانية.
She's on the second page.
And is that the person?
Friend number one.
Friend number one in English.
So it's the person described as female friend number 1 of Sami Issa, is that correct?
صحيح.
Answer correct.
You mentioned that that particular person was working at was it the Fernell Shabak store?
كانت تنتقل من.
Answer. She would move from one branch to the other. She didn't stay in one particular one.
And what was your understanding of why she was working at the jewelry shop? Did you know?
هي صديقة.
Answer. She was the friend of Mr. Sami, and he didn't want her to stay home all the time. He wanted her to work, and he would move her from one branch to the other as he pleased.
And there are different types of friendships. Did you have an understanding of the nature of this friendship between Mr. Issa and the person described as female friend number 1?
هي أكثر.
Answer. She was his closest friends, and he told me that he liked her best amongst all the girls that he had met.
So was it your impression that they had a relationship of some intimacy?
نعم جدا.
Answer yes, very much.
And was she one of those who, from time to time, would meet Mr. Issa at the Fernell Shabak shop?
هي كانت ترافقه.
Answer, she would accompany him to any branch, not only Fern El Shabak.
Well, maybe I put it another way. Was she one of those who would visit with Mr. Issa on the second floor of the Fernell Shabak shop?
نعم.
Answer, yes.
And did you have either an understanding or an impression of how old this person was?
كان عمرها بحدود
Answer, she was about 19 or 20, maybe 19.
And you mentioned that there was some friction or dissatisfaction with, on your part, with her presence in the stores in which you were working?
نعم نعم.
Answer, yes, yes.
And did it relate to her relative inexperience in the jewelry trade when you felt that you made better decisions?
هي بالحقيقة.
Answer. She would tell Mr. Sami what happened in the shop, and if one of the employees would want to take a break or take a day off, she would describe things negatively. So she bothered us and bothered our colleagues as well. She would come round to the shop and was unpleasant. She wasn't here to serve the shop.
Sir, if I could now take you to two further photographs which appear at position 46 in redacted form and 32 in unredacted form.
Mr. Cameron, if you want to move to another subject, I want to ask him about an issue that was raised before. حضرة الشاهد.
Jacob, Mr. Witness, in your answer to Mr. Cameron, and more specifically, transcript page 51, line 17, you were saying that the shop wasn't losing money. It didn't have a lot of profit, but, and you said, all the profit would allow us to buy stock for the shop. Does this mean that Mr. Sami Misa did not take part of the income for his own expenses, the expenses of the family or whatever? Answer, no, no one took money from the shop.
يعني كل الأرباح.
Jajakum, so all the profit would stay in the shop? Answer, yes, yes. We would buy and sell goods, and with the money we would get, we would buy new goods.
Do you know where the money came from then to pay your salary?
Answer, Estez Shaker. And according to what I saw, he would bring money from the Mar Elias branch. He would bring our money in envelopes and give it to us. And for the Burj Hamoud branch, he may have taken from Furnish back. At the end of the month, he would come with the envelopes and give them to the people.
I'm sorry, I asked the question badly. You said that in the Furn El Shabak operation, or end of the Semino stores, all the profit that was taken in, or the money that was taken in, was re-injected into new stock for the store. Did I get that right?
نعم نعم.
So yes, yes. But when the end of the month came, he would take money from Marilies, for instance. He would take some of the profit cash, put it in an envelope, and bring it to Furnisher back. And from Furnisher back, he would take also a bit of the money for the Burj Hamoud wages. So we did not know where the money came from, where our salary came from. So we believed that there was a company who would do the accounting, and he would move the money from one branch to the other.
And did you yourself, as the person responsible for sales, have anything to do with the movement of that money?
لا.
Answer, no, only Istaz.
If I may show you then the two photographs that appear at position 46 in redacted form and 32 in the unredacted form.
ERN 6031374 5-6.
Yes, that's correct. If we could first look at the 6031374 which you see before you, sir? And does that represent the former location of the Mar Elias Semino jewelry shop?
نعم هذا المحل.
Answer, yes, that is the Marilias shop.
And on this photograph, there's a number of different entrances, and we can see behind the entrance, just under the portion of the sign on the second floor that says silver. Can we see Semino behind a screen, or is that an old sign? What is that, sir?
نعم.
Answer, yes.
لا هيك كانت اللوحة تبع المحل.
Answer, that was the sign of the shop.
Do you have any understanding as to when this particular shop closed, if it did in fact close?
لا ما عندي معلومة.
Answer, I have no information on that. I do not remember. I don't know.
Do you want an exhibit number, Mr. Cameron?
Yes, please, for both exhibits. So that would be the ERN 60313745246. I think the next exhibit is
It's P733, and I take it there's no objection from the defence, so it will be received as an exhibit.
now, as we've been doing, sir, if I could also show you an excerpt from the Zuareb map book that appears at position 42 in redacted form and 25 in unredacted form. And you can see, or you may see, at page 72, at E2, you've placed a 3 just below the flower that is there. And is that intended to represent the location of the Mar Elias store?
نعم.
So, yes.
The ERN number of that is 602-204-23, and the next exhibit number is P734.
Is there any objection, Mr. Edwards? Shaking his head, meaning no. So that extract from the Beirut Street Directory will be exhibit P734. Are you moving to another area, Mr. Cameron? If so, we can take a break.
I'm happy to move to another area. Thank you.
Mr. Witness, we're going to take a break now, which will be a lunch break, not a working break for you, so the court's adjourned and we'll see you back after the break.
All rise. Veuillez vous lever. تفضلوا بالوقوف.
طاب يومك يا سيدي السيد كاميرون. قبل استراحة الغداء كنا قد عينا بعض الصور وخرائط زواريب لكي نحدد المواقع الثلاث لمتاجر سامينو، وكنت قد ذكرت أنه في 14 من شباط فبراير 2005 تم إغلاق الفرع الواقع في برج حمود ولم يعد ليفتح أبوابه بعد ذلك اليوم، وأنت واصلت العمل في أحد المتجرين الآخرين لحوالي شهر تقريبا قبل أن تغادر عملك في تلك الشركة. هل كنت تعرف أي شيء أو هل عرفت أي شيء عن المتجرين الآخرين بعد استقالتك في آذار 2005؟ هل عرفت ما إذا كان المتجران بقيا مغلقين؟ ما الذي عرفته عنهما بعد مغادرتك؟
بالحقيقة غادرت أنا لا أنا غادرت عندما أقفل المحل ببرج حمود، غادرت ولم أعد وما تعرفت شيء عن المحلات، بس بتصور كانوا بعدهم فاتحين.
I'd like to address another area.
سؤال. أريد أن أطرح عليك سؤالا يتعلق بمجال آخر من إفادتك، وهذا المجال مرتبط ببعض أعمال الرعاية وأعمال الترويج لمجوهرات سامينو. وفي خلال أشهر أو سنوات من الزمن رعت شركة مجوهرات سامينو عددا من الحفلات. هل هذا صحيح؟
نعم.
هل قلت لي ما هي أنواع الاحتفالات التي كانت الشركة ترعاها؟
حسب ما أذكر قمنا رعاية لحفل بريجنسي بالاس بأوتيل ريجنسي بالاس لملكة جمال، بمنطقة جزين كمان لملكية جمال الاغتراب، وأهدينا مرة هدية لديانا كرزون أحد الفنانات الأردنية.
And were you present at these events?
سؤال: وهل كنت تحضر تلك الاحتفالات؟
نعم، أنا كنت أحضر الاحتفالات.
And what was the purpose of sponsoring events like this?
سؤال: وما كان الهدف من رعاية حفلات وأحداث كهذه؟ لماذا كانت شركة سامينو ترعى هذه الاحتفالات؟
ليكون عندنا اسم المجوهرات مرتبطة مع ملكة الجمال، فلا يصير عندنا دعاية.
And during these
سؤال:
promotions,
وخلال رعايتكم والدعاية لاحتفالات ملكات الجمال واحتفالات العشاء، هل كان اسم مجوهرات سامينو معروضا في الاحتفالات حتى يرى كل من يحضر تلك الاحتفالات الدعاية واسم المجوهرات؟
نعم، كان معروض، وكان بفضل سامي من بعد الاحتفال ينذكر بالمجلات إنه سامينو عملت رعاية لحفل معين.
and you said that you went to these events. Did other employees
سؤال:
from Samina
قلت أنك كنت تذهب إلى هذه الاحتفالات، هل كان من موظفين آخرين في شركة أو محلات سامينو يقصد تلك الاحتفالات أيضا؟
نعم، يلي بحب يروح كنا يكون معنا، وفي احتفال بالريجنسي بالاس كانوا كل زملاء حاضرين تقريبا، يعني زملاء كانوا موجودين.
Can you give me an idea of the size, the number of
سؤال:
attendees that would go to these?
هل قلت لي أو أعطيتني فكرة عن حجم تلك الاحتفالات أو لربما عدد الحضور في تلك الاحتفالات؟
كان في عدد كبير باحتفال تبع ريجنسي بالاس معزومين، وباحتفال ملكة جمال جزين كمان كان في حفل كبير وكان في كتير عالم معزومين.
When you say many, can you
سؤال:
give any
عندما تقول
even a ballpark estimate of
الكثير من الناس، هل أعطيتنا تقديرات عددا تقديريا إجماليا لعدد الأشخاص الذين حضروا تلك الاحتفالات؟
يعني بالريجنسي كان يمكن في أكثر من 70، يمكن أكثر من 100 شخص، وبالجزين نفس الشيء.
And you indicated that Mr. Issa wanted
سؤال: وأشرت إلى أن السيد عيسى كان يريد في الإعلان عن تلك الاحتفالات حتى بعد انقضاء الاحتفالات. هل كان هناك إعلانات عن تلك الرعاية لتلك الاحتفالات في المجلات والصحف المحلية؟
نعم، كان في
and roughly when were these?
سؤال:
You may not be able to remember the day, but if you could remember.
ولكن بشكل تقريبي أيضا، هل تعرف متى كانت تحصل تلك الاحتفالات؟ لربما تذكر العام أو لا، أو لربما الشهر أو لا.
ما بتذكر تحديد، بس في الاحتفال تبع جزين كل سنة بيعملوه، بس ما بتذكر بالضبط التاريخ.
Is it on the newspaper?
القادري، هل التاريخ وارد في الصحف؟ السيد كاميرون: نعم، التاريخ وارد على الصحف. سيدي، إن قلت لك أن تلك الاحتفالات حصلت في العام 2002 2003، هل هذه التواريخ بشكل عام تبدو لك منطقية؟
ممكن.
Now, did your picture find its way into the newspaper, and did other...
سؤال: وهل ظهرت صورتك في الصحف أو غيرك من الزملاء في مجوهرات سامينو؟ ظهرت صوركم في الصحف نتيجة لمشاركتكم في تلك الاحتفالات؟
نعم، ظهرت صورنا، وحتى ظهرت صورة ومكتوب عليها، أنا يمكن فرجتكم إياها، مكتوب عليها إنه أنا صاحب شركة سامينو، فبالغلط حدا كتبها، ما بعرف ليش.
And did Mr. Issa's picture appear
سؤال:
in the newspapers?
وهل كانت صورة السيد عيسى تظهر في الصحف؟
لا، ما كان يكون موجود معنا.
You have any idea or
سؤال:
understanding why
هل تعرف لماذا
didn't attend
لم يكن السيد عيسى ليحضر احتفالات من هذا النوع التي كانت ترعاها شركة سامينو للمجوهرات؟
هو كان يقول ما بيحب يظهر للعلن وما بيحب العجقة والضجة.
Did you have any understanding of
سؤال:
whether how Mr. Issa felt about having his photograph taken?
وهل عرفت ما كانت لتكون ردة فعل السيد عيسى لو التقطت صورا له، أو ما كان موقفه من تصويره؟
ما كنا نجرب نتصور معه، يعني ما كان يحب الصور، يمكن ما مش عارف.
Did you ever see a photograph of Mr. Issa?
سؤال: وهل سبق لك أن رأيت صورة للسيد عيسى قبل أن يتم استجوابك من قبل محققين من المحكمة الخاصة بلبنان؟
لا، ما كان عندي صور.
Can you give a general physical description of the man that you knew as Sami Issa?
هلا قدمت لنا وصفا للسيد سامي عيسى، كيف كان شكله في تلك الفترة، أي بين العامين 2004 و2005، كيف تصفه؟
كان دايما أول شيء طويل ومش ناصع، ضعيف. كان دايما ما عنده شعر أبدا. كان يعرج، عنده مشكلة بإجره، كان إجر الشمال بتصور. وكان دايما لبس كاسكات، برنيطة مع عوانات، نظارات.
القاضي نوسورثي: أعتقد أنني سمعت بالترجمة إلى الإنجليزية أنه طويل ولم يكن بالسمين بل نحيل الجسم. هل هذا صحيح؟
He was tall. not
سيد كاميرون، قلت أنه كان طويل القامة ولم يكن سمينا. هل هذا ما قصدته؟
نعم، كان جسمه منيح يعني، مش ناصح و منه قصير طويل.
And he wasn't short, he was tall.
Height is, of course, a relative conception.
القادرة، طبيعة الحال طول القامة هي أمر نسبي باختلاف الجنسيات. السيد كاميرون، هل يمكنك أن تقول لنا ما إذا كان طوله 6 أقدام، 5 أقدام وفاصلة 6 أو 5.8؟ القاضي سيد كاميرون، باقي العالم انتقل إلى القياس بالأمتار والسنتيمترات. السيد كاميرون، إذن هل كان طوله 2 أو 2 ناقص 75 سنتيمترا؟ بأي وحدات قياس يمكنك أن تعطينا فكرة عن طوله؟
كان تقريبا طوله شي 1.85 أو هلأ تقريبا.
And can you give an estimate of how many kilograms he might have weighed?
سؤال: وهل يمكنك أن تعطينا تقديرات بالكيلوغرامات عن وزنه؟
يمكن 75، ممكن هيك.
And when you said he was bald,
سؤال: وعندما قلت إنه كان أصلعا، هل قصدت أنه كان أصلعا تماما أو كان لديه القليل من الشعر أو أنه كان يحلق شعر رأسه؟
كان يحلق شعر راسه من الجنب، عن الجنب، بس من فوق كان ما عنده شعر.
so the shaving was an effort to be uniform across his head?
السيد كاميرون، إذن حلاقة شعر الرأس كانت بهدف أن يكون كامل الرأس أصلع.
نعم. نعم.
And you mentioned that he wore glasses. Were those
سؤال: قلت إنه كان يضع نظارات. أي نوع من النظارات؟ نظارات شمسية، نظارات للقراءة عن قريب، أو نظارات لضعف النظر لمسافات بعيدة؟ أي نوع من النظارات؟
نظارات شمسية.
Did he wear any other kind of glasses, reading glasses or prescription glasses that you recall?
سؤال: هل كان يضع أي أنواع نظارات أخرى؟ هل تذكر ما إذا كان يضع نظارات للقراءة أو لضعف النظر عن مسافة؟
ما عندي فكرة عن الموضوع، بس كان يحط نظارات شمسية.
And
سؤال: سنعود إلى مسألة رجله لاحقا، ولكن باستثناء ذلك، هل كان هناك أي أمور تميز شكله ومظهره الخارجي؟
دائما كان يضل لابس برنيطة، كاسكيت.
سؤال: وماذا يمكنك أن تخبرنا عن المشكلة في رجله؟ أعتقد أنك قلت أن المشكلة في رجله اليسرى. هل سبق وحدثته عن هذا الموضوع؟ كيف حصل ذلك؟ وما كانت المشكلة بالتحديد؟ ما كان سبب هذه المشكلة في الرجل؟
سألني مرة هيك بسيء الحديث أثناء الشغل، يعني شو بها أجرك؟ فقال إنه هي بعاني منها من هو صغير، ومرة صار حادثة إنه قال لي إنه حرق إجره مدفئة لأنه ما بيشعر فيها، فحرق إجره وكان وغاب بوقتها يومين أو 3 عنا، ما عاد إجا على المحل لأنه احترقت إجره وكان عم بيعالجها.
And do you know whether he wore
سؤال: وهل تعرف إن كان يرتدي أي مثلا آلة لتقويم أو جهاز لتقويم الرجل لتصحيح هذه المشكلة أو أي شيء من هذا النوع؟
لا بس كان يحط على كاحله، بتصور فوق الإجر شوي هيك شيء ربطة يشدها بس.
and was that intended to compensate?
سؤال: وهل كان من المفترض أن يصحح ذلك المشكلة ويقوم الرجل؟
كان من المفترض، هو كل إنسان عنده مشكلة لازم يصلحها، بس ما بعرف إذا بتتصلح.
If the witness could be shown
سؤال: أرجو أن يعرض على الشاهد الصورة التي تبدو في البند 52 في نسختها المموهة والبند 37 في النسخة غير المموهة، وهذه الصورة أعطيت سابقا رقم البينة P725 MFI. السيد أدواردز، أود أن أتقدم بالاعتراض التقليدي في محضر الجلسة. القاضي ري: لقد أخذنا علما بهذا الاعتراض. سيد كاميرون، تفضل.
Mr. Cameron, just pause for a minute.
القاضي ري: سيد كاميرون، أرجو منك التمهل للحظة.
Mr. Witness,
القاضي ري: حضرة الشاهد، إذا ما نظرت إلى الشاشة في الصفحة 53 السطر 10، إذا ما نظرت إلى محضر الجلسة، يقول السؤال: وهل تعرف إن كان يرتدي أي جهاز تقويمي لتصحيح هذا العرج، أي حذاء خاص؟ وقلت لا، لكنه كان يضع شيئا ما فوق الكاحل. ما الذي قصدت به فوق الرجل أو فوق الكاحل؟ هل وصفت لنا ماذا كنت ترى كنت تراه يضع على رجله؟
مرة بالمحل كان وقت من بعد ما حرق إجره، كان في شيء فوق كاحله بالضبط مثل مشد، يعتبر هيك حطوا شدوا على إجره بس.
was it a cloth one, or was it?
القاضي ري: هل كانت مصنوعة من القماش أم كانت ضمادة مثلا، أم كانت جهازا أقوى وليس جهازا قماشيا، ليس ضمادة قماشية؟
هي اللي أنا شفتها ضمادة من قماش بياخدوها من الصيدلية.
I'm going to change for a moment.
السيد كاميرون، سوف نغير الصورة، سوف نعود إليها بعد قليل، ولكنني بداية أود أن تعرض على الشاهد الصورة في البند 51 في النسخة المموهة والبند 36 في النسخة غير المموهة، وقد أصبحت الآن تحمل رقم البينة P724 MFI. أود أن تعرض هذه الصورة أولا على الشاهد. السيد أدواردز، أعترض حضرة القاضي وأود أن يدون ذلك في محضر الجلسة. القاضي ري: إذن أخذنا علما بهذا الاعتراض سيد أدواردز. السيد كاميرون. أنا أفهم أنك عثرت على هذه الصورة خلال بحثك على شبكات الإنترنت. هل هذا صحيح سيدي؟
صحيح.
And there came a point when you provided it to
سؤال: وفي مرحلة ما زودتها لمحققي مكتب المدعي العام في المحكمة.
صحيح، أنا هذه اللي شفتها بالإنترنت.
And why did you provide this?
سؤال: ولماذا زودت هذه الصورة بالتحديد لمحققي مكتب المدعي العام؟
أنا بعرف سامي هيك هو هذه صورته.
سؤال: السيد أدواردز مقاطعا: أود فقط أن أستوضح مسألة ما. هل يعتبر الادعاء، أنا لا أفهم بالتحديد قضية الادعاء فيما يتعلق بهذه الصورة وكيف زودت للمرة الأولى من قبل هذا الشاهد القادري. سيد أدواردز، هذا الأمر مبهم. هل تقصد المرة الأولى التي حصل عليها الادعاء على هذه الصورة هي كانت المرة التي أعطاها هذا الشاهد؟ السيد أدواردز: نعم. السيد كاميرون: أنا لن أخذ هذا الموقف حاليا. كل ما أقوله هو أن هذا الشاهد زود هذه الصورة لمحققي مكتب المدعي العام، ولكنه لم يكن المصدر الوحيد التي حصل عليها مكتب المدعي العام هذه الصورة أو اطلع عليها. السيد أدواردز: أنا ممتن لهذا التفسير. السيد كاميرون: إذن بحد رأيك هذا كان ما يبدو عليه السيد عيسى في العامين 2004-2005. هل هذا صحيح؟
صحيح، نعم.
That's why you gave it.
سؤال: ولهذا السبب أعطيت هذه الصورة لمحققي مكتب المدعي العام؟
نعم، كانت موجودة عندي على اللابتوب.
And if we could then
سؤال: أرجو العودة إلى الصورة السابقة وهي بالنسخة المموهة في البند 52 من قائمة العروض والبند 37 في النسخة غير المموهة، وهي تحمل رقم البينة P725 MFI. سوف أطلب منك سيدي أن تقول إن كنت تتعرف على الشخص الموجود في هذه الصورة.
بيشبهه لسامي بس مش هيك أنا بعرفه شكله.
Now, why do you say he looks
سؤال: لماذا تقول أنه يشبه سامي؟ ما الذي تراه في هذه الصورة الذي يدفعك لهذا الاستنتاج؟
يعني أنا اللي بعرفه لسامي ما عنده شعر، وجهه شوي أكبر كأنه بالعمر، بس تكوينه مثله، يعني تمه مثله، منخاره وعيونه نفس الشيء.
Mr. Cameron.
القاضي بريدي: سيد كاميرون، هذه صورة طلب المقدم لجامعة الAU الجامعة اللبنانية الأمريكية. هل هذا صحيح؟ سيد كاميرون: نعم. القاضي بريدي: والسيد بدر الدين كان مسجلا باسم مصطفى بدر الدين في هذه الجامعة أو تحت اسم آخر؟ السيد كاميرون: هذه الصورة كانت مرفقة بالطلب الذي تقدم به مصطفى بدر الدين في الجامعة اللبنانية الأمريكية، وهو طلب معبأ باليد، وأرفقت به هذه الصورة بالإضافة إلى بطاقة هوية تحمل الصورة نفسها وهي تحت اسم مصطفى بدر الدين. الصورة قدمت في العام 97، ولكن من الواضح أن هذه الصورة تعود لشخص أصغر في السن مما كان عليه في الوقت الذي تقدم بها. القاضية بريدي، عفوا. السيد كاميرون، هل بما أنك كنت تعرف السيد عيسى وهو كبير في السن نسبيا، هل تعرف كم كان عمره أو كم كان عمر الشخص الذي يبدو في هذه الصورة لدى التقاط هذه الصورة؟
نحكي عن هذه الصورة اللي قدامي
Before the
ولا؟
answer,
سيد أدواردز مقاطعا، قبل أن يجيب الشاهد،
before the
قبل
witness gives any
أن
further
يجيب الشاهد
answer,
على هذا السؤال،
I wanted clarification
أود أن أستوضح
the question
تحديدا
Mr. Cameron.
ما هو السؤال الذي يطرحه السيد كاميرون. هل يسأل السيد كاميرون الشاهد إن كان يستطيع أن يحدد عمر الشخص الموجود في الصورة على الشاشة؟ إن كان هذا هو السؤال الذي يطرحه السيد كاميرون، أعترض عليه، لأن هذا الشاهد ليس في موقع يسمح له أن يعطي تقديرات من هذا النوع أكثر منكم أنتم حضرة القضاة. السيد كاميرون، السيد أدواردز محق على الأرجح. هذا أمر يمكنكم أن تستنتجوه بأنفسكم أو أنا بنفسي، ولكن بما أن الشاهد عرف السيد عيسى شخصيا، كنت أتساءل إن كان بإمكاننا أن نستفيد من وجهة نظره، وإن كانت هذه المسألة تعتبرونها غير مهمة وضرورية يمكنني ألا أطرح السؤال. القادرة، إذا أنت تسأل الشاهد أن يقدر عمر هذا الشخص إن كان بالفعل هو السيد عيسى الذي كان يعرفه بناء إلى ما كان يعرفه عن السيد عيسى في ذلك الوقت. السيد كاميرون، نعم هذا صحيح. السيد أدواردز، إن الأدلة التي يتقدم بها هذا الشاهد هي أن الشخص في هذه الصورة لديه نفس ملامح سامي عيسى، هو يشبه سامي عيسى، ولم يذهب أبعد من ذلك في إجابته. ونحن نعرف تماما الفترة الزمنية التي كان يعرف فيها هذا الشاهد سامي عيسى، وأود أن أؤكد أن هذا الشاهد ليس في موقع يسمح له الإجابة عن هذا السؤال الذي طرحه السيد كاميرون للتو، وبالتأكيد هو ليس في موقع أفضل من أي شخص آخر في هذه المحكمة، وبالتالي أن أدلته في هذا الإطار قيمتها الثبوتية محدودة للغاية. القادرة، حضرة الشاهد، أود أن أستوضح إجابة أعطيتها سابقا قبل أن نصل إلى هذا السؤال بالتحديد. قلت في الصفحة 66 السطر 11، قلت: عندما التقيت سامي لم يكن لديه شعر وكان وجهه أكبر بالسن، لكن الملامح هي نفسها، نفس الأنف والأذن والعينين، عفوا والفم والأذنين. وقلت نفس، ومن ثم غابت الكلمة عن محضر الجلسة. هل قلت لنا ما هي الكلمة الإضافية التي قلتها باستثناء نفس الفم والأذن عفوا الفم والأنف والعينين؟
الدائرة تبع وجهه.
question, Mr.
القادرة. السؤال الذي اعترض عليه السيد أدواردز كان محقا فيه، أي أن التقييم المطلوب هو تقييم يمكن لأي شخص أن يعطيه. الغرفة ستسمح بأن يطرح السؤال وسوف تسمح للشاهد بالإجابة عنه، لكننا نشدد أن قيمته الثبوتية قد تكون محدودة للغاية، وهذا أمر تقدره وتقرره الغرفة في وقت لاحق، لأن الشاهد عندما قال يشبه السيد عيسى هناك ملامح اعتقد أنها تشبه ملامح السيد عيسى، وبما أنه كان يعرف السيد عيسى في مرحلة ما من حياته ربما يكون في موقع أفضل من الغرفة تسمح له بأن يحدد العمر بالاستناد إلى ما يعرفه عن السيد عيسى. إذن أشدد أن الإجابة قد يكون لها قيمة ثبوتية قليلة للغاية ومحدودة للغاية، ونحن نحدد ذلك في وقت لاحق. السيد كاميرون، يمكنني أن أطرح السؤال بطريقة مختلفة، وهو سؤال كنت سأطرحه لاحقا ويمكن أن يكون له قيمة أكبر. والسؤال هو التالي: بما أن الشخص تعرف على الشخص الذي يعرفه على أنه سيد عيسى وهو أكبر سنا، أقترح أن أطرح عليه السؤال التالي: هل هذه الصورة تبدو صورة لشخص سامي عيسى وهو أصغر سنا من الشخص الذي كان يعرفه؟ إذن عندما نحدد إذا ما كان هذا الشخص هو النسخة أصغر سنا عن الشخص الذي يعرفه، أن يكون لهذه الإجابة قيمة ثبوتية أكبر، وكان هذا السؤال الذي سأطرحه في مرحلة لاحقة. وأعتقد أن الشاهد بعد أن رأى الصورة وبما أنه يعرف السيد عيسى يمكنه أن يقوم بهذا التقييم. إذن هذا ما أردت أن أتقدم به من المحكمة. السيد أدواردز، أن الصعوبة في هذا الأمر هي أننا ليس لدينا أي فكرة إطلاقا متى التقطت أي من الصورتين. لا ندري إن كانت الصورة التي يرتدي فيها الشخص قبعة إن كانت التقطت من 5 سنوات أو من 15 عاما، أو ربما التقطت في الوقت نفسه كالصورة التي كانت موجودة في ملفات جامعة الأيو. نحن لا نعرف ذلك لأن ليس لدينا أدلة حول مصدر الصورة التي يرتدي فيها قبعة، ولا أعتقد أن ما أقوله مثير للجدل. يجب أن يكون هناك أساسا لما تقدم به الادعاء، وهي أن إحدى الصور هي نسخة أصغر سنا للصورة الأخرى أو للشخص نفسه، أم هو الشخص نفسه في سن أصغر، فلا أساس لذلك.
It is regrettable
السيد كاميرون،
and inevitable
من المؤسف،
of life, which Mr. Edwards will eventually appreciate.
هذه من الأمور المؤسفة في الحياة والتي لا يمكن للمرء أن يتجنبها، ألا وهي أننا نتقدم في العمر ونشعر بذلك. بالنسبة إلى مصدر الصورة الأولى التي نظرنا إليها تتعلق بهذا الشاهد، فهو من قال لنا فيما يتعلق بالصورة B724 رقم دليل مؤقت. قال لنا الشاهد: هكذا كان شكل السيد عيسى عندما كنت أعرفه في العامين 2004 و2005. كما أننا نعرف بعض المعلومات فيما يتعلق بالصورة الأخرى فيما يتعلق بتاريخ تقديم الطلب إلى الجامعة اللبنانية الأمريكية، وبالتالي نعرف تأكيدا أن هناك صورة تسبق الأخرى بفترة زمنية. أما بالنسبة إلى مصدر الصورة التي يستند إليها السيد إدواردز في موقفه هذا، إنما وردت على حد ما قاله الشاهد. كل ما يمكن للشاهد أن يقوله هو أن السيد عيسى كان شكله كما في هذه الصورة عندما عرفته، وبعد أن نتأكد من ذلك عدنا إلى الصورة الأقدم وطلبنا منه أن يعلق على تلك الصورة في حال كان لديه ما يقوله بالنسبة إلى تلك الصورة. السيد إدواردز، بطبيعة الحال سيد جريم أو السيد كاميرون يلخص الأدلة بشكل دقيق، ولكن هذا لا علاقة له بالنقطة الأساسية، ألا وهي تاريخ تلك الصورة التي نراه فيها بالقبعة. لا نعرف الشهر ولا السنة ولا التاريخ، ولا يمكنه أن يتهرب من ذلك. فالشاهد يتحدث عن رجل عرفه في مرحلة زمنية يمكن تحديدها، وأن هذا الشخص يشبه الشخص في الصورة، ولكن هذا لا يساعدنا على التوصل إلى أي معلومات تمكننا من معرفة تاريخ التقاط تلك الصورة بالقبعة، لأن الشاهد لربما هو صريح ويقول الحقيقة، ولكنه أخطأ في تعرفه على الشخص الذي نراه في الصورة معتمرا قبعة. القادري، الشاهد قال في محضر الجلسة في الصفحة 66 السطر السابع: هذا الشخص يظهر أو يشبه سامي، ولكن لم أعرفه وهو بهذا المظهر. وقال إنه يظهر كما رآه في البينة P724 رقم دليل مؤقت. السيد أدوردز: نعم. القادري: إن المدعي العام يطلب منه أن يقارن الصورتين ويقول لنا ما هي تقديراته وما هو رأيه بالنسبة إلى الصورتين، إذا كان هناك أو إنه تعرف على سامي بالصورة التي يضع فيها قبعة، وهناك صورة أخرى تشبه سامي على حد قول الشاهد، ويسأله الادعاء ما إذا كان يعرف ما هي الفترة الزمنية الفاصلة بين الصورتين. طبعا أنت يمكنك أن تقول أن ذلك لا قيمة له، لكن لا يمكننا أن نسمح لك بذلك ما لم نستمع إلى رأي الشاهد. السيد أدواردز: أنا تقدمت بموقفي حضرة القاضي، أنا اعترضت، وأنا أرى أي اتجاه وأي منحى تتخذ الأمور.
Mr. Cameron, please just proceed with the first ruling we made rather than the second one.
القادري: سيد كاميرون، تابع لو سمحت بالنسبة إلى موقفنا فيما يتعلق بالخيار الأول وليس الثاني. الخيار الأول الذي سبق الغرفة أن بتت فيه وليس الخيار الثاني، فهذا سيسهل الأمور على الجميع. السيد كاميرون: سيدي الشاهد، رأيت وتذكر بلا شك الصورة التي قلت أن السيد عيسى يظهر فيها وهو يعتمر قبعة. هذه الصورة التي قلت إنها تصور السيد عيسى كما كنت تعرفه وكما كان شكله في العام 2004 و2005. وبالنظر إلى هذه الصورة التي ترى أنها فيها شبه للسيد عيسى، هل يمكنك أن تعطينا تقديرات للشخص في هذه الصورة التي كما قلت هي صورة لشخص يشبه السيد عيسى؟ هل يمكنك أن تعطينا تقديرات عن عمره في هذه الصورة؟
هون بين أنه عمره أصغر من اللي أنا بعرفها. لأن أنا لما عرفت سامي بالتاني صورة بالقبعة، ونحن كنا نسأل بعضنا إنه إذا أستاذ سامي عنده مصاري كتير وقادر يشتغل بهالبزنس شو ممكن يكون عمره. فكنا نحلل نحن هيك بين بعضنا ونقول إنه عمره حتى الأستاذ وزملائي بالشغل كنا نقول عمره بين 30 35 سنة، مش أكبر من هيك. لما كان لبس البرنيطة وكنا نحن نعرفه عن حقيقة.
And the question that I would propose
السيد كاميرون، والسؤال التالي الذي أطرحه عليك سيدي الشاهد فيما يتعلق بالصورة الثانية التي نراها في البينة P725 رقم دليل مؤقت. عندما تأخذ بعض العناصر وتضعها جانبا كالعمر والشعر، سؤالي هو التالي: هل يمكنك أن تقول ما إذا كان الشخص في هذه الصورة لربما هو شخص نفس الشخص الذي عرفته في سن متقدمة من العمر على أنه سامي عيسى؟ هل إنه في هذه الصورة سامي عيسى ولكن وهو في سن يافعة وصغير في العمر؟
حسب ما أنا عم شوف إيه هو، لأنه أنا كنت شوفه كتير قريب لسامي وتمه ودقنه كأنه هو يعني.
And here he has the same mouth and chin.
Can we proceed, please?
قادري فلنتابع لو سمحتم. السيد كاميرون: نعم حضرة القاضي، إذا ما أذنت لي لو سمحت ببضعة لحظات لكي أراجع أوراقي.
Now, you mentioned a couple of things that you observed Mr. Issa doing when he came to the shop.
السيد كاميرون:
But aside from that,
ذكرت بعض الأمور التي تتعلق
do you have any sense of what Mr. Issa did
ما كان يفعله السيد عيسى عندما كان يأتي إلى المتجر، ولكن هل كان لديك أي معلومات عما كان يفعله خارج المحلات؟ هل كنت في موقع يمكنك من معرفة مثلا إلى أين كان يتوجه، إلى أين كان يذهب، أو ما كانت علاقاته ببعض الناس؟
أنا اللي بعرفه بس إنه كان يطلع يسهر هو أصحابه بالليل. كان عنده لانش بالهوليداي بيتش يطلع هو ورفقاته فيه. بس أكتر من هيك ما بعرف.
If I could take you back to the telephone list
سؤال:
and list of names that we saw earlier, which is marked
بالعودة إلى لائحة الأسماء والأرقام التي أعطيناها سابقا، رقم البينة P727 رقم دليل مؤقت. هل هناك أشخاص في هذه اللائحة يوصفون على أنهم من أصدقاء سامي عيسى من دون إعطاء الأسماء ولا إعطاء رقمهم كشهود PRH؟
نعم في أصدقاء.
Answer: yes. There are some friends here.
And on which page do they occur?
سؤال: وفي أي صفحة ترى هذه الأسماء؟
في الصفحة الأولى.
Answer: the first page.
Is that the 7th line from the bottom?
سؤال: وهل يرد في السطر السابع من الأسفل؟
نعم.
Answer: yes.
And that's the name that also appears on the second page,
سؤال:
but under the
وهذا هو الاسم الذي يرد أيضا في الصفحة الثانية، ولكن إلى جنبه نرى صديق سامي عيسى رقم 1، وهنا يرد الاسم مرتين كما ذكر السيد إدواردز محامي الدفاع في بداية الجلسة.
نعم.
Answer: yes, yes.
What did you observe about the
سؤال:
relationship between
ما الذي لاحظته فيما يتعلق
and Mr. Issa?
فيما يتعلق بالعلاقة بين هذا الصديق رقم 1 والسيد عيسى؟
What the nature of the relationship?
هل تعرف ما هي طبيعة هذه العلاقة؟
حسب ما بعرف من سامي نفسه أنه هذا الشخص كان مقرب من ملكة جمال وموديل وهيك، فهو بحب يكون صديقه يتعرف على بنات أكتر.
And that's why he wanted to be his friend, to be able to meet more models and women.
Do you have an understanding of
سؤال:
how old the person that you just identified was?
هل تعرف
Same age as Mr. Issa?
ما كان عمر ذلك الشخص؟ هل كان من نفس عمر السيد عيسى تقريبا، أصغر منه سنا، أكبر منه سنا؟
أصغر منه.
Answer: he's younger.
A few years younger or significantly younger?
سؤال: أصغر منه بسنوات معدودة أو بسنوات كثيرة؟
ربما 5 سنوات.
Answer: maybe he's 5 years younger.
Mr.
القادرة. سيد كاميرون، هل توقفنا للحظات؟ يبدو أن محامي الدفاع عن السيد بدر الدين غادر قاعة المحكمة بلحظات.
While we're pausing, Mr. Cameron, perhaps you can
القادرة.
just list the remaining exhibits.
في هذه الأثناء هل عددت لنا سيد كاميرون ما تبقى من وثائق تنوي استعراضها مع هذا الشاهد 306، وما هي أرقام البيانات التي تسعى إلى طلبها؟
don't have reason to believe Mr. Edwards will be back very shortly.
السيد يونغ، حضرة القضاة، أعتقد أن السيد إدواردز سيعود بعد لحظات قصيرة.
Yes, yeah, I understand he probably had to leave fairly urgently. I know he'll be back. Yes, Mr. Cameron.
القادرة أعتقد أنه غادر بشكل سريع وسوف يعود بعد قليل. السيد كاميرون، بداية الصورة في البند 49 من قائمة العروض في نسختها المموهة، والبند 23 بالنسخة غير المموهة، وهي تحمل الرقم المرجعي للأدلة القادرة مقاطعا. أردت فقط قائمة المستندات. السيد كاميرون، ثانيا بطاقة الموقف في فندق الهوليداي بيتش، وثالثا هي قائمة عليها رقم هاتف الشاهد، والمستند الرابع هو مستند أعده الادعاء يتضمن 5 رسائل نصية قصيرة، و ربما هناك مستند سادس لكنني لست متأكدا من ذلك. القادرة، شكرا لك سيد كاميرون. سيد أدواردز، لقد توقفنا لفترة قليلة وعرفنا أنك اضطررت لمغادرة قاعة المحكمة بشكل سريع. أرجو منك أن تواصل سيد كاميرون.
Registrar to bring up the photograph that appears at
سيد كاميرون، أود أن أطلب من موظفة قلم المحكمة أن تعرض الصورة في البند 49 بنسختها المموهة، البند 23 بالنسخة غير المموهة، وهي الصورة التي تحمل الرقم المرجعي للأدلة 60220412. القادرة، لقد وضعت الصورة وأود الإشارة إلى أن في الصفحة 74 السطر 18 من محضر الجلسة يجب أن تكون العبارة السيد يونغ وليس السيد روبرتس هو الذي أشار إلى أن السيد أدواردز سيعود بعد قليل.
Mr. Witness, this is a
سيد كاميرون، حضرة الشاهد، هذه صورة رأيتها في معرض المقابلة التي أجريت معك، وأنت رسمت الخط على هذه الصورة في مرحلة ما، هل هذا صحيح؟
صحيح.
And can you tell the tribunal
سؤال، وهل أخبرت المحكمة ما هي هذه الصورة؟ هي عبارة عن ماذا؟
هذه صورة منزل سامي عيسى بمنطقة ساحل العلمة.
Did you ever have occasion to go there?
سؤال، وهل سبق أن زرت المكان بنفسك؟
نعم، زرته أكثر من مرة.
Was this a place where he
سؤال، وهل كان يسكن في هذا المكان أم كان مكانا هل كان مكان إقامة له كان يسكن فيه؟
أنا زرته مرة لأخذت له الأغراض اللي بيستعملها مثل مناشف من قلب البيت يغسلهم، وزرته مرة لأنه كنا موقفين اللانش تبعه تحت المبنى، ومرة زرته كرمال أخذت دفعت له يمكن فاتورة كهرباء للشقة، ومرة زرته وبدينا أكل، كان في عنده أصدقاء جيني يتغدى أو يتعشى وياهم، تصور يتعشى وياهم، فودينا له الأكل على هذه الشقة بس.
سؤال، وهل تعرف ما إذا كان السيد عيسى يمضي لياليه في هذا المنزل؟
ممكن يكون قضى ليالي وأنا ما بعرف، بس ما عندي فكرة إذا كان كل يوم ينام هناك ولا أوقات ينام عند أخته أوقات ينام هون، ما عندي فكرة.
سؤال، وكم كان يستغرقك من الوقت لكي تنتقل من بيروت مثلا فرع فرن الشباك لكي تصل إلى هذه الشقة بشكل وسطي في يوم عادي مع زحمة سير عادية؟
يعني أقله نص ساعة.
سؤال: وهل أنا محق في القول أن هذه الشقة تقع على بعد إذا 30 دقيقة تقريبا شمال بيروت؟ هل هذا صحيح؟
نعم.
سؤال: وهل أنا محق في القول أنه على الطريق تمر بمرفق الهوليداي بيتش؟ هل كنت تعبر في هذا المكان في طريقك إلى شقة السيد عيسى؟
نعم، هوليداي بيتش على شمالي وأنا بكمل أروح على هذه الشقة.
سؤال: وقبل أن ننتقل إلى مسألة أخرى، أود أن نعطي هذه الصورة رقم بينة والتي تحمل الرقم المرجعي للأدلة 60220412. القادري أرى أنه ما منع اعتراض من جهة الدفاع، وبالتالي تصبح هذه الصورة البينة ب 735.
Is there a corresponding street direct?
القادري: هل من خريطة تمثل مكان هذه الشقة سبق واعتمدناها كبينة؟ سيد كامرون، ما من خريطة مطابقة لهذه الصورة وهذا العنوان، ولكن هناك أدلة مأخوذة من نظام التموضع العالمي تتعلق بهذا الموقع، وهي معلومات موجودة في برنامج العرض الإلكتروني للأدلة. القادرة: وهي مرفقة بإفادة هذا الشاهد؟ السيد كاميرون: نعم، أعتقد أنها مرفقة إما بملاحظات السيد هولفورد في إفادة أصبحت تحمل الرقم P664. السيد كاميرون: أرجو أن يعرض على الشاهد البند أو المستند في البند 44 في نسخته المموهة، والبند 28 بالنسخة غير المموهة. ويبدو أنها عبارة عن بطاقة لموقف باسم سامي عيسى لمتجر أو شركة سامينو بتاريخ 31 من تشرين الأول أكتوبر 2002 لمارينا الهوليداي بيتش. وأعتقد أنك أنت زودت محققي مكتب المدعي العام بهذه البطاقة.
نعم.
سؤال: وكيف حصلت على هذه البطاقة؟
هذه البطاقة لما وقف سامي اللانش تبعه بالهوليداي بيتش بيطلع له 5 بطاقات مثل هيدي. وهيدي البطاقة بتخولنا ندخل على الهوليداي بيتش بدون ما ندفع أي رسوم، نستعمل كل الأكتيفيتي جوات الهوليداي بيتش. فطلب مني خلي وحدة معي إذا أنا بدي أنزل على الهوليداي بيتش تسبح أي شيء أخذ عائلتي، ما حدا بيتعرض لي ولا حدا بيقول لي شيء، فخليتها معي.
هذه مبادرة كريمة للغاية من السيد عيسى. هل كان لديك انطباع أن السيد عيسى شخص منفتح وكريم؟
نعم أكيد أنه منفتح وكريم.
And did you ever accompany
سؤال: وهل سبق ورافقت السيد عيسى إلى مارينا الهوليداي بيتش؟
نعم رفقته، ورحنا باللانش مشوار أنا وياه وعائلتي.
The parking card, do you want an exhibit?
القادرة. سيد كاميرون: هل ترغب برقم بينة لبطاقة الموقف؟ السيد كاميرون: نعم. الرقم المرجعي للأدلة هو 60223129 والبينة التالية أعتقد تحمل الرقم P 736. القادرة: في غياب أي اعتراض من الدفاع سوف تصبح هذه البطاقة البينة P 736. السيد كاميرون: استعملت عبارة يخت، هلا وصفت لنا بشكل مختصر ما هو نوع القارب؟ أنا لا أعرف أي شيء عن القوارب، إذا ما عدد الأشخاص الذي يمكن أن يجلسوا في هذا القارب على سبيل المثال؟
كان قارب يخت صغير بساعة 7 أشخاص بتصور، ولونه أزرق، نوعه كروزر أمريكاني.
and one of those boats
سؤال: إذن هي من أو هو من القوارب الذي لديه محرك وليس شراع، أليس كذلك؟
محرك سريع.
is there a name on it?
هل كان يحمل اسما؟
ما بتذكر.
The witness could be shown the
سؤال: أرجو أن يعرض على الشاهد المستند الذي يبدو في البند 34 من قائمة العروض، وهو ليس للعرض علنا. القادرة: ما هو رقم البينة؟ السيد كاميرون: نحن لم نعطي هذا المستند بعد أي رقم بينة.
I thought you were going to show him the
قادرة: كنت أعتقد أنك ستعرض عليه صورة القارب. السيد كاميرون: أعتقدت أن مرة واحدة تكفي، هل ترغب بأن أعرض القارب؟ السيد كاميرون: القادرة: سبق وتقدمنا به على أنه بين مع الشاهد الأخير. السيد كاميرون: نعم.
just trying to find that exhibit.
السيد كاميرون: نحن نحاول العثور على هذه البينة.
So if the registrar could bring up
أرجو من موظفة قلم المحكمة أن تعرض الصورة التي تبدو في البند 53 من قائمة العروض، وهي البينة P 720 وتحمل الرقم المرجعي للأدلة 60258914. وهل كان هذا هو قارب السيد عيسى؟
نعم هذه الصورة أنا أخذتها، أنا صورتها.
Now, when you
سؤال: عندما رافقت السيد عيسى إلى مارينا الهوليداي بيتش، هل كان يأتي مع حراسه مع مرافقيه الشخصيين؟
لما أنا رحت أنا وعائلتي وشخص آخر ما كان معنا حدا، رحنا لحالنا، بس لما هو كان يروح بوقت آخر كان ياخد معه حراس شخصيين، لما صار عنده حراس صار ياخده معه.
And did you ever see Mr. Issa
سؤال: وهل سبق ورأيت السيد عيسى يحمل في سيارته كميات كبيرة من المجوهرات أو من المال؟
لا، ما كان ياخد شيء معه.
Did he himself
سؤال: وهل كان يرتدي هو شخصيا مجوهرات غالية الثمن؟
لا، ما كان يلبس شيء.
as the owner of 3 jewelry shops, did he wear
سؤال: بصفته صاحب 3 محلات مجوهرات، هل كان يرتدي أي نوع من المجوهرات المميزة؟
لا، ما بتذكر إذا لا ما بتذكر إنه كان يلبس مجوهرات. مش
And how many bodyguards?
سؤال: وما عدد المرافقين الذين كنت ترى في شركته؟
4.
And did you know whether the bodyguards?
سؤال: وهل كنت تعرف ما إذا كان المرافقين يحملون أسلحة؟
نعم، بتصور كان جايب لهم أسلحة صغيرة فرد.
And do you know whether Mr. Issa
سؤال: وهل كنت تعرف إن كان السيد عيسى نفسه يحمل سلاحا؟
ولا مرة شفته معه سلاح.
if the witness could be shown the document?
سؤال: أرجو أن يعرض على الشاهد المستند في البند 34 من قائمة العروض.
This is not for publication.
وهذا المستند غير مخصص للعرض علنا. وعندما يظهر المستند حضرة الشاهد، أود منك أن تنظر إلى رقم الهاتف بالقرب من اسمك وأن تقول لي إن كان هذا هو الرقم الذي كنت تستخدمه في العامين 2004 و 2005.
نعم، هذا هو الرقم اللي أنا بستخدمه.
This is a document.
سؤال: هذا المستند بعنوان رقم الهاتف الذي كان يستخدمه الشاهد PRH 306 في العامين 2004 و 2005، وأرجو أن يعطى رقم البينة P737. القاضي ما من اعتراض من جهات الدفاع، ويصبح المستند البينة P737 كما ذكر الادعاء. السيد كاميرون، أرجو أن يعرض على الشاهد المستند الذي يبدو في البند 35 من قائمة العروض.
Now, we've been through the document and
لقد سبق واستعرضنا المستندات واستبدلنا الأسماء برقم أو الاسم المستعار للشاهد، وبالتالي إن أردتم أن تعرضوا هذا المستند علنا يمكن ذلك. إذن حضرة الشاهد، هناك 6 أسطر في هذا المستند، وهو مقتطف من جدول تسلسل الاتصالات رقم 0047 للرقم 39663 وهو رقم تعرفت عليه سابقا على أنه كان عائدا للسيد عيسى في العامين 2004-2005. أرجو منك أن تنتقل إلى السطر الأول تحت تاريخ 20 من كانون الأول ديسمبر 2004 عند الساعة 1:47 دقيقة و39 ثانية. هناك رسالة نصية قصيرة من السيد سامي عيسى موجهة إليك، وهي موضوعة في نسختها الأصلية في العمود ما قبل الأخير، وفي العمود الأخير إلى ناحية اليمين نرى ترجمة لهذه الرسالة، والترجمة على الشكل التالي: اتصل بهذا الرقم. إذن وهناك رقم هاتف الدكتور عريدي، وقل أنا في المستشفى ولن آتي إلى الموعد عند الساعة 2 من بعد الظهر. هل رأيت هذه الرسالة سيدي؟
الرسالة هاي شفتها على موبايلي؟
Yes.
سؤال نعم.
ما بتذكر التاريخ والوقت، بس بذكر مرة كان سامي عنده شيء اسمه بالعربي تعالبة، شيء حساسية بتاكل الشعر بالوجه، فقال لي اتصل بالحكيم اللي عم بيروح هو يتعالج كرمالها، وقل له انه انا مش رح اقدر اجي. ما بتذكر، ما بعرف اذا هيدي هي كرمال هيك بعت لي المسج، مش ذاكر اذا هيدي ولا شيء تاني.
Earlier you
في وقت سابق تحدثت عن حادثة وقلت كنتيجة للمشكلة في رجل السيد عيسى حرق رجله. هل تذكر إن كان هناك علاقة لهذه الحادثة بهذه الرسالة أم لا؟
ممكن يا هي بس هول الحالتين أنا بتذكرهم إنه هو طلب مني أطلب من حكيم إنه يأجل له الموعد، أو يقول إنه ما راح يجي اليوم، بس ما بتذكر بالضبط أي واحدة منهم.
The next two
سؤال: الرسالتين التاليتين غير معتادتين، وأنا ضمنتهما في هذا المستند لأنه لديك شرح حول سبب ورودهما على هاتفك. وأعتذر كنت أتحدث ربما عن رسائل إلكترونية، ولكن بالفعل هي رسائل نصية قصيرة. إذن الرسالة التالية بتاريخ 28 من ديسمبر كانون الأول 2004 عند الساعة 8:52 صباحا، وهي موجهة من هاتفك إلى السيد عيسى. في أي ساعة بدأت العمل صباحا سيدي، أو كنت تبدأ العمل؟
نحن كنا نبلش الشغل من الساعة 8:30 أو 9.
This SMS says, "Good morning."
سؤال: وهذه الرسالة تقول: صباح يا روح قلبي وحياتي وعمري وحبيبي، نسيت هاتفي قلبي، اشتقت لك يا روح قلبي. إذن أعتقد أنك لم تكتب أنت هذه الرسالة للسيد عيسى، وهو كان المسؤول عنك ومديرك.
في فترة كانت صديقته مستر سامي تيجي كل يوم الصبح عفرن الشباك داوم معنا، فأول ما فتحنا ظاهرية بعتت له إياه من موبايلي.
And if we take a look back at
سؤال: وإذا ما نظرنا إلى البينة ب 727 رقم دليل مؤقت، وهي لائحة الأسماء والأرقام، هل ترى هذه المرأة أو ترى اسمها في الصفحة الأولى أو الصفحة الثانية، والتي هي على حد قولك من أرسل هذه الرسالة النصية القصيرة من هاتفك الخلوي.
نعم. friend one.
Is that female friend number 1 of Sami Issa?
السيد كاميرون، هل تقصد الصديقة رقم 1 لسامي عيسى؟
نعم.
That's the person that sort of hastened your departure from the jewelry shop.
سؤال، وهي نفس الامرأة التي بسببها أنت قررت أن تستقيل من عملك.
نعم نعم.
And then on the same day, in the middle of the afternoon,
وفي اليوم نفسه في منتصف فترة بعد الظهر في 28 من كانون الأول ديسمبر 2004 هناك رد من السيد عيسى بالإنجليزية مفاده: صباح الخير يا قلبي أنا مريض جدا.
okay, with those,
إذن الرسالة لم تكن موجهة لك.
we have one from January 27, 2005, from Mr. Issa to you, that says essentially, hi, let the Mr. send booty.
سؤال، هناك رسالة أخرى في 27 كانون ثاني يناير مفادها هاي أو مرحبا، خلي الأستاذ يبعث بودي بالمفاتيح عند كاسترو ويضل معه، لأنه الصديقة رقم 1 راح تتأخر لل10.
نعم. هيك مسج كان يبعث لي سامي لالي.
Can you tell me in general terms what he's talking about in this message?
سؤال، وهلا قلت لنا بعبارات إجمالية ما مفاد هذه الرسالة النصية القصيرة؟
هذا المسج بعته لإلي كرمال نقدر نفتح المحلات وما يكون في فراغ بالمحلات. هو لما دايما سامي كان لما بده يبعت فيميل فريند 1 لأي مطرح أو يحكي معها كان يوثق فيه لإلي ويحكي معي لإلي يا إلا أنه تطلع على برانش، يا تروح بدل حدا، يا تتأخر، يا ما تجي. فقصده أنه عن بودي شخص خيو لموظف عنا، فكان كمان يشتغل معنا، فقصده أنه لنبعت المفاتيح معه على فرع مارليس.
حضرة الشاهد، شو اللي خلى صديقته للسيد سامي تبعت هالمسج كلها غرام من تليفونك إلك مش من تليفونها إلها مثلا؟
لأنه هي نسيت تليفونها بالبيت وإجت على المحل بفرن شباك فاستخدمت تليفوني.
كيف عرف سيد سامي إنه هيدي هي اللي عم تحكي؟ كيف خطر بباله إن هي نسيت تليفونها وبالتالي
And when Mr. Issa refers to Mr.
سؤال، السيد كاميرون، سؤال، عندما يقول السيد عيسى مستر بالإنجليزية، هل هذا يعني أستاذ، هل كان يشير بعبارة مستر أو أستاذ إلى السيد شاكر أو شكر؟
لا، هو ما بعرف كيف هو كان على طول يعيط له أستاذ.
The final message in this
السؤال: آخر رسالة نصية قصيرة في هذه المجموعة تاريخها 27 من آذار مارس 2005، وهي رسالة نصية قصيرة من السيد عيسى إليك، ومفادها: كل عيد فصح وأنت بخير، وينعاد عليك بالخير والصحة أنت وعائلتك وبين هلالين سامي. هل ترى هذه الرسالة النصية القصيرة في أسفل الصفحة؟
نعم.
Now, had you left Mr. Issa's employment by this time?
سؤال: في 27 من آذار مارس 2005 هل كنت قد استقلت من عملك وغادرت العمل؟
نعم.
So it appears that you
سؤال: ويبدو من مضمون هذه الرسالة النصية القصيرة أنك غادرت العمل لديه، ولكن كنت قد أبقيت على علاقات طيبة معه.
نعم.
And do you remember receiving this message then, sir, from Mr. Issa?
سؤال: وهل تذكر أنك تلقيت هذه الرسالة النصية القصيرة بالمعايدة من السيد عيسى آنذاك؟
نعم، بتذكر.
It has the phone number ending in 663 on it.
سؤال: وهي مرسلة من الرقم الذي ينتهي ب 663. سأستعرض معك آخر وثيقة لهذا اليوم. القادري: سيد كاميرون، هل تريد أن تعطي رقم بيانة مؤقت لهذا الجدول للرسائل النصية القصيرة؟ السيد كاميرون: نعم حضرة القاضي، وأشكرك مسبقا على إعطائها رقم دليل مؤقت. القادري: سنعطيها رقم دليل مؤقت هو P738، وعنوان الوثيقة أجزاء من جدول تسلسل اتصالات 0047 للرقم 396663، وهو مجموعة من الرسائل النصية القصيرة المختارة التي تم إرسالها أو تلقيها من قبل الشاهد PRH 306. هل من رقم مرجعي للأدلة لهذه الوثيقة؟ حسناً. السيد كاميرون، آخر وثيقة سنستعرضها معك حضرة الشاهد اليوم تقع في البند 27 بالنسخة غير المموهة، والرقم 45 بالنسخة المموهة. وأطلب توسيع الجزء الأوسط من هذه الصورة. فهمنا أنك أعطيت بعض المعلومات المتعلقة بفهرس الأرقام الذي الخاص بك لمحققين من المحكمة الخاصة بلبنان في مكتب المدعي العام. هل هذا صحيح؟
نعم.
سؤال: وما نراه هنا هو جزء من الفهرس. اسم الشركة هو سامينو، المنصب هو هو المدير العام والرئيس، ورقمي هاتف. هل ترى ذلك سيدي؟
نعم.
Now we just saw that.
سؤال: رأينا أن السيد عيسى أرسل إليك رسالة نصية قصيرة مستعملا الرقم الذي ينتهي ب663 منذ لحظات. وإذا ما نظرت إلى هذه الوثيقة وعنوانها لائحة بالأسماء والأرقام، وهي اللي بينة P727 رقم دليل مؤقت، نرى أحد الأرقام الذي ينتهي ب354 يرد في السطر الثاني، وأنت قلت أنه رقم هاتف خلوي يستعمله السيد عيسى وأشرت إليه في البينة P727. هل ترى ذلك سيدي؟ أي الرقم هو بالكامل 383354.
نعم.
You have that under the listing of business phone, under the listing of mobile phone.
سؤال: وهذا الرقم وارد تحت أرقام هاتف العمل، وبعد ذلك الأرقام الخلوية نرى الرقم الذي ينتهي ب666 أو تحديدا 44666. هل ترى؟
نعم.
And if we were to return to
سؤال: وإذا ما عدنا إلى البينة 727 رقم دليل مؤقت، نرى أن هذا الرقم وارد إلى جانب الإشارة التالية فرع برج حمود لمجوهرات سامينو. هل ترى ذلك سيدي؟
نعم نعم أرى.
مايكروفون.
السيد
كاميرون، إذا ما نظرنا بطاقة بزنس كارد لمجوهرات سامينو التي تحمل رقم بين 728، نرى رقم الهاتف التابع لفرع برج حمود على تلك البطاقة، وهو نفس الرقم الذي ينتهي ب 44666. إزالة لأي التباس، لدينا رقم هاتف للسيد عيسى. قلت في تلك اللائحة أنه رقم هاتف خلوي، بالإضافة إلى رقم هاتف خلوي آخر نسب إلى فرع مجوهرات سامينو في برج حمود. هلا قلت لنا كيف أنت تقوم بتنظيم فهرسك لأرقام الهاتف بهذه الطريقة، وكيف كنت تسجل تلك الأرقام؟
بوقتها بيظهر أنا ما كنت كتير مهتم شو اسم الاسم الثاني للرقم الموبايل، بس أول ما تعرفت على الشغل ودخلت بالشغل معهم كان رقم
I started working with them. The number 383354 was a number given by Sami to all the employees, and the other shop number mentioned above is a number that I don't remember why I noted it down as Sami's number. When I became closer to Sami, he gave me the number ending in 663, and he told me that it was a private number, do not give it to anyone else. It was his own number other than the number ending in 354, and that was related to the business.
Did you ever have occasion to meet with any members of Mr. Issa's family? Sorry, before I do that, I've neglected once again to obtain an exhibit number for this screenshot, which appears at ERN 6022045, a screenshot of Mr. Witness's telephone directory supplied to the Office of the Prosecutor.
No objection from the defence. The witness concerned is, of course, PRH 306. That will be exhibit P739.
I'm sorry, Mr. Witness, I'll ask you again. Did you ever have occasion to meet with any members of Mr. Issa's family during the course of your employment with him?
لا ولا مرة.
Answer: no, not at all.
Did he ever talk about members of his family, brothers, sisters, children, wife, parents, anything?
لا لا بس
Answer, no. But when we would open the issue, he used to say that he is from a good and well-respected family and clan, and that's all, a big clan. That's all.
Did you find it at all unusual that Mr. Issa was so reticent to talk about his family or where he came from?
نعم.
Answer, yes. We all used to find that weird, and we used to say that he is a mysterious person. We don't know anything about him.
Who is we?
أنا وزملائي.
Answer, myself and my colleagues at work.
That's the kind of thing that you all commented on and wondered about at the time?
نعم.
Answer, yes.
Those are my questions for the witness. Thank you.
شكرا.
Witness, thank you.
Mr. Witness, thank you very much for your evidence today, but you know we're not quite finished yet because tomorrow Mr. Edwards is going to ask you some questions.
Sure.
So we wish you a very pleasant evening and, of course, remind you not to talk about anyone to your evidence overnight. So we'll see you again tomorrow morning.
شكرا.
Witness, thank you.
Mr. Cameron, I noticed from some documents that the Saminu company is registered in the Social Security Fund in the Lebanon. I don't know if you have any information as to in whose name this company was registered and all the issues that are related to this.
We do have evidence that we will present to you as to the registered owner of the company, which I think you'll find interesting. It is not registered in the name of Mr. Issa. And in due course, we'll be able to present them in an orderly way to you, primarily through a submission under Rule 154.
Thank you.
Are there any other matters? There being no further business, we're adjourned until tomorrow.
All rise. ويا vous lever. تفضلوا بالوقوف.